Since so long, all the feels are gone. Fella stopped me on the street last night, said everything's alright. Roller coaster, make it through the day upright. It seems your meal ticket is gone, but life goes on. I could never imagine something better. Yeah, right. Now you're cooking on high heat in the middle of the street. Roller coaster, take me to a better time. Let's go! All sing your high line with the roller coaster of life. Yeah. It's time to all choose your timeline on the roller coaster of life. You seem to easily forget how to place your bet. When everyday life gets you down, you gotta steal the crown. Got to own it. Don't bitch and moan about it, please. God forbid you scrape your knees, and it's nothing to sneeze at. Oh, I've told you over and over again. You gotta get both hands around it and make your own plans. Roller coaster, it's taking over, it's about time. Oh, all sing your high line on the roller coaster of life. You've got
Still not. Was I muted? Was I muted? Still not. Was I muted? I definitely was. Was I muted? Yeah. Still not. Was I muted? That stinks. That stinks. But it's all right. We said the prayer. We did the thing. But it's been a great day, guys. And welcome to Tribe Vibe Network. I had to get at least one of those in. I probably will say a prayer again. They don't feel right knowing that you guys didn't hear nothing. That's not really proper of me, I believe, in my opinion. I know you see the toilet paper. I promise it's just from my nose. So let's bow our heads and do that one more time now that I know my mic wasn't working. Dear God, thank you for today. Thank you for the opportunities, trials, and tribulations, and the strength and courage to overcome and take advantage. I pray that we're able to be a blessing to all those that we encounter today. I pray that we're able to just diminish ourselves so that you can be more greatly seen. I pray that you fill me up in particular with your light and your guidance, and guide my tongue and my actions throughout this stream as I try to bring Tribe Vibe Network to fruition. Thank you for the visions. Thank you for guiding us towards hope. Thank you for allowing us to see ways that the world has become a better place. And thank you for just shepherding and guiding us at all times. Thank you for blessing everyone in front of us as you bless the one that we leave behind. And in your holy name and by your Son, Jesus Christ, we pray. Amen. Hey, Nove Light, I don't know if you're still here, but I will hit you up on Discord. So guys, I have had a couple good breakthroughs. Tribe Vibe Network is growing, and we are about to be doing a lot of good things around here. You may have noticed that we have started doing a little music live stream. We will get into that and get to the whys and why nots of that. What we're trying to accomplish and where we're looking to achieve. I'm double checking YouTube. It's my first time doing all this on OBS, so I just want to make sure everything's up to date. It looks pretty good. Looks a little wonky. Let's go ahead and try to straighten that up a little bit. So let me pull up my little checklist of things to talk about in the beginning of a stream so I don't forget nothing and I don't get ahead of myself, because boy, am I ready to dive in. I'm excited to share some of this with you. I'm hoping a lot of our OGs come in today and we're able to have a long conversation about how we can move forward in some aspects. I'm also excited for a bunch of new people to come around because it's awesome getting to talk to you guys and getting to know you guys and getting to interact and engage. Oh, here we go again. All right. Alrighty, right. Alrighty, right. Let's see, is this outdated? It is, of course it is. So let's take this. Control Z. Just Control Z not working this. Oh no, I don't know what to do without Control Z. What a bummer. What a bummer. It's probably why I should just have a clean copy somewhere else saved, so I can't do that and just take away all the work I did. That stinks. Oh well, what are you gonna do? So just for my normal recap points, when it gets to personal life, let's see. When it comes to the fam is doing great. My wife has been very successful at work lately, which is just making me super excited and proud of her. It's just awesome being married to such a wonderful, strong partner and what she's able to achieve on the daily basis. I don't want to get too into it. It's really her news to share. I just want to let you guys know how proud I am and how seen she is and how all the hard work and dedication she's putting into the game. Working here, we've been getting the house. We still got to get the paint done. I was definitely rushing that. I kind of feel bad for some of the pressure I was putting on my family, because when we were painting, I was like, let's get it done today. Let's just knock it all out. Let's keep pushing through it. Which, some of that energy is good sometimes, but then, when it's just the family getting ahead on a project and we were already getting stuff done that we weren't planning on getting done that day. You know, you got to kind of calm down sometimes. You got to kind of just be grateful for what you got done and stop trying to be so greedy and stop trying to be such a, I mean, not even a hard but just stop trying to do more than what, you know, is in front of you. So I kind of feel bad about that, but we're all in a good place. Hopefully we'll have most things painted by this Friday so that we can move on to the next step and get things rocking and rolling on that front. But yeah, when it comes to my personal health, things have been moving pretty well. My foot is feeling better. Like I was able to walk today. I still haven't done much today. I just definitely didn't want to push it. I didn't want to have a relapse right after having a relapse. So I probably honestly won't get like a hardcore workout for another week or so. Doesn't mean I can't keep doing abs. Doesn't mean I can't find ways to get a little sweat in. I just need to be thinking long term, not short term on all that. When it comes to like what I'm eating, today's been a great day. I had a little cheese and cracker snack. I've had my meal replacement smoothie, and I just had a hamburger before starting stream. That's the other exciting news. Streaming today, so 7:30 has been our go time, right? We have been going at 7:30, and I have decided we're going to carry it out to 1 o'clock. We're going to go from 7:30 to 1 a.m. for Tribe chats, or TriebChief chats. I think I'm going to call these Chief chats, kind of go off the old FDR fireside chats. I think what I'm going to start calling me on here is Chief chats. I might even get into that today. Change our... Hold on. Get that updated real quick. And the reason for that is because, a lot of the stuff I'm talking about is like in data economics, and what we have going on is very, like the West Coast. Oh shoot, was that a little something on my face? Or is that just my beard? I just have a dead spot. I don't know right here. Huh. Never noticed that before. But we're gonna push to 1 a.m. just to kind of get a little bit more of the West Coast involved. Yesterday I stopped at like 11:30, and when I was reflecting on that, I kind of was just waiting for like the 4 hours to be up, which definitely shouldn't be my mentality. I definitely need to be more of the mindset of going till as long as I can, which I will be trying to go as long as I can. But 1 a.m. is like I'm trying to make that the minimum. From 7:30 to 1 a.m. was that almost 5 hours. That way, is it longer than that? What's 7 to 1? What would that be? 7 to 12 is 5. Plus 1 is 6. That'd be like 5.5 hours. I feel like that'd be a good stream. I am almost at the end. I think is today Thursday? I believe it is. Today actually might be my last day on the PTO push. I think GG Ren is going to fill in for me tomorrow, just because I have some family things, some husband duties I got to follow through with tomorrow. And on my end of things, I want to be able to make it so other people can carry this Tribe Vibe Network channel. It's not supposed to be just me. Hopefully we can get some content creation and get some stuff out there where we can let fans know who's about to be on and what's about to happen for the day. But going live, we're gonna get in deep about the whole going lives model. But just so you guys know, today I will go today till about 1, maybe a little bit later if we're flowing and we're getting some good work done. And then GG Ren will take over for me tomorrow. And I'm gonna get more into that momentarily. But yeah, so everything's been going well. Let me go back to my little check-in list here before I move away from my recap. What is going on? So yeah, so I've been eating well today. And by well, I mean just like less. I could have made maybe better options, but portion control is a big thing. And like I said, working out is probably on hold other than like trying to do abs and stretching. I just need to lay off that foot and eat right for a good week and get some like abs before I start trying to push it again. Like I said, I was limping all day yesterday. It feels way better today than it did yesterday, but you know, we don't need to act like that means we can do everything. So today's agenda, we'll probably still do some reaction videos at some point. We'll probably pull up some like Hassan news at some point, but what I really want to get into is the Tribe Vibe Network plan. I want to show some of this documentation that me and Claude came up with. That's going to include like profit sharing. Let's include Tribe Vibe Network 24/7 plan. Our true economic plan. We're going to lay some of that out. We're going to talk about some of that. Some of this is a little bit brainstorming. It's just exciting because it's like a lot of it's actionable. And we can actually get a lot of it going pretty quickly, I think. So we're going to talk about Tribe Vibe Network plan. We're going to talk about 24/7 on streaming. We're going to talk about our economic data economics, how this is all relating back to that. And sorry, I'm picking my nose full up. Then we'll get into some reacts later and whatnot. It'd be pretty cool if we could we'll maybe go back a little bit back and forth, especially if I find a bunch of work I need to do. Like if I find a bunch of work that I need to do, maybe we'll just throw on a video while I knock something out, and we'll do some React stuff while I'm working on it. But today's big plan is to get into this Tribe Vibe Network planning, getting into the website stuff, getting into what we're doing with the stream, getting into some of the data economic side of things, and just kind of letting you know where we're at and what we're looking for, laying it out a little bit. So I think without further ado, let's just kind of start diving in. Let's get into it. Let's just do the dang thing, you know? Like, let's just do it live. Why not? I think I'm going to set this up a little bit different. I think I'm going to go here with what I'm working on. I'm going to use this other screen for all my behind-the-scenes stuff. We'll see how that goes for me. Because I know I'd be like looking over here talking to y'all when I need to be looking over here. And it's partially because I like to see myself when I'm talking. I don't know why, but it just feels more naturally that way when I can see what's going on. So let's go ahead and start with our music announcement, and then let's go ahead and build back from there. So let's pull up the network. Let's pull it up. Oh my God, are you gonna make me sign in again? I swear. So you guys know Tribe Vibe Network. We need to get this live still. This isn't quite live yet, but we're making progress every day. Let's go here to community. Let's go see this post that we made in here in announcements. Tribe Vibe Network is now live 24/7. Woo! Can't stop, won't stop. Woo! It is a big move today, Tribe. We just launched our 24/7 music stream. This is the first step in building what we've been talking about. A network that's always on, always creating value, always building. Booyah. Big things. Finally doing it. Big check off. Big step. For me personally, it's something I've been talking about. The dropping all the clips. Oh, shoot. Hold on. Timeout. I forgot something else I'm always supposed to check in on with you guys. See? This is why I hate losing my work, and I hate when I can't use Control-Z, Notion. Sorry, let's check in with Tribe Vibe Network first for a second. Oh, my God. What is going on? What is going on? Why is the computer not working? What the frick? So TVN, we talked about the streaming going 24/7. We'll just double back, I guess. We're going to talk about the growth because the growth that I woke up to today felt really good. Nothing crazy, like it's nothing like out of the blue, but we went from like 5 to 12,000 views from like this last batch of data, which is really exciting. I hate to say like it feels easy, but like I definitely have been like, man, I could have been doing this for 6 years now and been at this point, which, you know, everything happens for a reason. The timing is crucial, and it's bigger than just like my perception, but it was a good day. It was a good day. So the growth is going good. And it's very, very exciting. The other thing too is Gigi Ren made a YouTube page, so go like and subscribe over there. I'm sure she'll do some of her live streaming from there, and when we get into she'll be doing some of her live stream and some of her own drops over there. So let's get back to this. I'm sorry. Apologize. I will be more structured. It's what we're working on around here. Anywho, Tribe Vibe Network is now live. Big move today, Tribe. We launched our 24/7 music stream. This is the first step in building what we've been talking about, a network that's always on, always creating value, always building. Here's what this means. Music broadcast 24/7 when we're not live streaming. So if you were in here a little early, you probably saw that live stream. If you stay in here after we close, you will see that live stream again. This infrastructure, why we're doing this, music broadcast 24/7 when we're not live streaming. Monday and Friday, 7:30 p.m. Eastern. TriebChief, will do Tribe. I need to probably even make that a little bit. I go live and take over the channel. That's me. That's like what I'm doing. TriebChief itself could be its own YouTube brand. I'm not too worried about that right now because everything I want to do just what needs to be dedicated to the network. But just so you know, I will be going live every Monday and Friday from 7:30. Reason, again, we're here right now is just because we've been making a big push, doing as many hours as we can. After my stream ends, music continues. That way we're always broadcasting. And we are always, like, people are always coming. There's always, like, a line of engagement live on Twitch and YouTube. Why we're doing this? This is infrastructure. We're proving that the 24/7 model works before we scale it. Eventually, this will become multiple content channels, creator partnerships, the Vibe Report, which I'm very excited for the Vibe Report. I can't wait to get that going. 90s news deck style show, community events, all feeding into the data economic vision, but we start with music. We prove we can still stay live. We build the foundation. Your content isn't going anywhere. Monday and Friday streams continue exactly as they are. This adds to what we're building. It doesn't replace anything. Think of it like this. Before, the channel was dark 90% of the time. Now it's always on, always building presence, always ready. And then in a couple places. This is how to build the future, one layer at a time, in public, with receipts. Morals over money, character over clout, progress over perfection. Let's go. Signed, me, Richard. Claude actually wrote all that. I'm not going to sit here in front to anybody. But yeah, so that's where we're at, and that's what we're doing. Can I edit this? Does it not have me logged in? I don't. We're getting there. It's all new. We're all working on it. So that's why the music is going on right now. That's why when I sign off, you'll be seeing that music jump back on. I'm going to get a new Excalibur going because I think that'll be the best way to describe some of this other stuff that we're going to be getting into. Let me just do a new one. I can't even. What the frick? Oh, is this? Could I just have to delete the board? Is there a thing for that? Man, when you haven't used something in a minute, you'd be forgetting. Okay. So, when I ended my night last night, I had that epiphany about, oh man, if I would have gone live just a little bit longer, I would have had the West Coast. I would have been talking to the West Coast live. Like I would have been here for them, speaking to them, doing that thing, right? Which I was like, oh man, I'm kind of like wasting opportunity because I was awake till like 3, so I could have just kept being live. Like I was sitting here doing more work. I was like editing and about to post more content. So why am I not just doing it now anyway? Like why am I not live? Why am I giving up? Not giving up. Like why am I just cutting myself short at 4 hours? I could have gone another 2 or 3 hours, and it would have been like more audience would have been coming live, getting off work and stuff. So that's me and Clout started talking. Let me see if I can't pull up that conversation so you guys can see what was happening. No, I don't want a new chat. I want my old chat. So I started a new chat because Cloud was starting to run slow, and we did a little summary of everything that we're working on. TriebChief networks in progress, completed some major phases, was working on the dinner plate, streaming community, about how the community is growing and what days I'm working on. I'm on my PTO phase in December. We're deep in the weight loss fitness transformation, which we're trying. We're deep in thought on it, at least. we're working, and we're starting to feel momentum build for that, so that's great. I asked it to build me a new week calendar to keep track of my Bible study and my workouts and that, make sure I'm working all that. And then so this is why I check in with Claude every night, because before I started this chat, every night I put in my comments, how I feel about the chat. Like, hey, well, there were some good things I did. There were some moments I don't know if I would do it like that again. Like for example, when people start coming in the chat and you see like that viewership grow. One thing I was talking to him about, like when people come in, like I try to try to tell them about TriebChief Network again, and sometimes that energy of redirecting feels like it scares people off, or like people just kind of tune out because I'm like either repeating myself or like I broke whatever was like bringing them here, right? So that was one of the things I talked about, but then I also brought up to him about how if I would have stayed on, I would have had the California might have been more free and they would have vibed better being West Coast. I think I should have kept it running. See, this is where like that same part of that conversation was kind of coming. And he, goal at 7:30 p.m. Talking about that California play, you know what I'm saying? Talking about all that right here. Continuous flow. The stream doesn't need to end in transitions. This is like the key, and this is like the philosophy that led to the music. The stream doesn't need to end in transition. Streams, hold on, tribe, push into workout on camera, back to desk. Stream, process these thoughts, journal entry live, feed to Cloud. Because that's why I feed to Cloud. I take some journal entries. I record my Twitch and YouTube numbers, and then I feed it to Claude to just keep everything up to date, so he can have because what is AI? It's just a big data model. So you have to give him live updated data so that it can help best assist you and give you feedback and keep you very black and white. It's not going to account for feelings all the way. Of course, who cares about feelings? But it's going to let you know what numbers mean and and it just helps keeps you steady. It just keeps helping you steady, in my opinion, at least for me and myself. But journal entry, I could do that live, feed to Claude, and then create content from it live. I could have been doing that all last night. Prayer breaks become content, recharging with the tribe. And prayer is not just content, but what it is recharging. The reason I talk about it realigning and setting your intentions is I feel like prayer, when you take a moment just to be grateful, thankful, and humble and ask for what you need, I think it just kind of resets your mind and resets your vibe so that you can kind of start back from center and kind of keep everything moving in the right way. So we can do that a little bit more, and I'm definitely going to start doing outro prayers. I I feel like I just kind of end my stream sometimes, and I feel like that's because like the human side of me is like, oh, there's only like one person in here, and I know it's Gigi, so let me just like sign off. But like that's not right. That's not why we're here. We're here for like a bigger mission than that. So I'm definitely gonna begin and end both my streams with prayer, or begin and end my stream with prayer, just because like glory to God. Like God's the reason we're here. God's the reason for the opportunity. God's the reason for hope. So let's make sure we keep the main thing. You're not what was it saying? You're not entering with the stream for life. Life flows through the stream, which, dang it, guys, my camera might be dying. I had taken it off the charger, and then it was still on like an idiot, like a straight idiot, guys. I can't even lie. What I'm gonna do is we're just gonna go dark. We're just gonna go with me talking for a little while. We're just gonna go with me talking. I'm not gonna let this stop us. You guys don't need to see my big ugly head anyway. I do apologize for it, but we just gotta keep it moving. Sorry. Let's make sure everything's charging and whatnot. The real insight too. So this is the breakthrough. Stop thinking in average and start wondering, how can I keep this going without stop? The stream doesn't need to end. It transitions. Push and workout, blah, blah, blah. We've been through that. Global English opportunity. You're thinking bigger than most. English content can reach billions. Your data economics philosophy isn't geographical limited. It's a universal message about power, ownership, and human dignity, which is a fact. Like at the end of the day, that's why like I don't judge people from like what country they're in, or I don't even like hold their government to them, because at the end of the day, like what I'm talking about is like working class people. It's common people. It's like the majority of people who can't, within the capitalist society, it's designed for a select few to hold the means of productions, and the ownership class, it will always be the few, and the many will always be the working class. So this is something that what we're working towards isn't just an American thing; it's a global thing. It's an economic thing. Any human that's engaging with society can partake, and we can go start split lines. Like we gotta be human. We can get poo engaged and get his data saved. But this is the main focus. Like this is one of the reasons for like the 24/7 effect is like, let's make sure we're live at all times and like replaying like common messages so that we can get as many people on the same vibe and within the tribe. Like we want to welcome everybody that we can. So we're not building a stream. We're building a perpetual. I am not building a streaming schedule. We are building a perpetual content machine where streaming is forcing function that makes everything else happen. The question isn't when do I stream, it's what's stopping streaming. And that's a great point. And that's why we're doing the 24/7 music thing. What's the first music? So then this is where I was like, streamers are forced to be comfortable with a large amount of data being somewhat public. We saw that in the video yesterday with like Hassan. Hassan was making the point every content creator has to be somewhat comfortable with the fact that their information can be found. Like that's why he was like coming at Asmongold for like, hey man, like why are you like being okay with people coming out and like harassing us, right? So they already have to have like some risk management and some like thought on that that data being out into the public. So when you talk about data economics on our side, where we want to have data collected and stored, and then when it is sold and when there's value generated from it, have that value come back to the people who created said data. That does mean that you have to be comfortable with the idea that some people know your data. The fact of the matter is everybody, like it's already happening. If someone wants to get some information on you, they can grab it. Like they might need like clearance, or might need to break a rule or two. But in today's world, how look at like the federal government. Are they really like prioritizing data protection over come on, what are we looking at? They're supposed to be protecting us from, like, the Epsteins of the world and the craziness going on. But that's not their priority. So I'm not even convinced that, like, our data is in safe hands currently. But with any of that, being what it is, streamers already have a lot of data out there, like all their stuff on stream, where they're going and what they're doing, what they're saying, how they're feeling is on camera already. So, like, they're the perfect market to, like, start integrating data economics with. I said I think it would be perfect to benefit from a data service that they have control over. And oh man, see, everything produced, make money for them. That is extremely something, and low impact for grassroots community. They get paid per how much their communities engage. I could have my channel have my local broadcast live, and people like Hassan who don't mind you rebroadcasting their content can fill hours, and we go live 24/7. We could be a change and vibe and hold tiny desk concerts here to fill as much possible. We use at least 60% of revenue to build a full form of data economics. Rough idea. So that, some of this is stuff I've already thought of before, but, like, it just, when everything clicks and everything starts falling into place, it's like that momentum can feel, like, contagious. So once we got to that point, hold up, you just crapped the go-to market strategy. Cloud be hype, man. He'd be filling you full of gas. You give him data, he gives you straight ego, I swear. But why streamers are perfect? Already live with massive data exposure. They understand their content is value, but platforms extract it. Have built grassroots communities who want to support them. Desperate for an alternative to Twitch and YouTube. Cut and control content creators who get data economics immediately. So we're going to get into this right here. Tribe Vibe Network channel. Richard's live for 3 to 6 hours daily. Partnered streamers, rebroadcast rights, filling other slots. Community events, and running 24/7 rotation. So, like, let's get that drawn out just because that's what we're trying to do, right? So let's get... This is a continuous... Man, I want purple. Why can't I get purple? Make it blue. Oh. Right. Wish I could spell. So this is 24/7, right? That's what this reflects. Booyah. So that's where we're at right now, right? Here, I could probably even just copy and paste this so I don't got to flip around, right? Let's go ahead and let that be small. Let's go ahead and make that black too, because these are notes. So Tribe Vibe Network channel, Richard live 3 to 6 hours daily, partnered streamers, rebroadcasting right, fill other slots, community events, blah, 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 blah. So let's get this to kind of reflect what's going on now, right? So if we we'll call this, and this is just a drawing, so no one freak out about, like, that's not accurate, that's not the ratio. Okay, cool. Thank you, B. This is Chief chats from 7:30 p.m. to 1 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Right? Is that as small as this gets? All right, whatever. Right. And then everything else right now, currently, like where we're set up, is music. Right? So, what should we do? This is right. Tribe music. Tribe music. is everything else, right? You guys see that? See what we're doing here? Okay. Right. So, booyah. Rebroadcasting, right? So we got to figure that part out, right? I kind of want to get into explaining the revenue splits and whatnot. So let's talk about that. Creators paid per community engagement, not just views. 60% of platform revenues, building data, economic infrastructure. 40% distribution to creators based on metrics. Communities directly fund the system they benefit from. So when we come over here, what that kind of is really talking about is, let's say, you know, I mean, I'm just gonna make up numbers for a minute, guys. I mean, I think we all understand like social media platforms like could be endless depending on like how community engaged they are. So let's just say like hypothetically, move that. Let's say we are every month we are making. You know, every month, I mean, we could look into the ratios, but let's say like every month we have like 100,000 views, right, across the live stream. And I don't know ratios. So we're just trying to make math easy right now. We're not trying to like be accurate. That'll be for a different day. Money's made. Let's say like we make $1,000, right, from those 100,000 views, which I think is not. I think it would be less, but we could make this $1 million if you want to make everything right. Let's go ahead and make it $1 million. We'll make $1,000, right? Let's say out of all of this broadcasting, right? So first off, before anything else, because Tribe Vibe Network needs editors, it needs equipment, it needs software studios. We need to buy we need space, we need servers, we need to do all those types of things, right? First thing off rip, that 60% has to come out. So no matter what, 60% is going towards I guess I could have just done that, huh? 60%. 60%. And these are arbitrary numbers. I'm not going to lie. One day I would love this number to be 20%, where 20% is only coming this way. But for right now, we can't do that. Which would go towards Tribe Vibe Studios, like the infrastructure of what we're doing. So that means that $600 would be set aside for essentially operating cost and like to keep Tribe running. R&D, we can get into what we would do with those monies whenever we have a moment. But that means that that's way too thick. I don't like that. Are you saying this doesn't have Control Z either, bro? If you are, oh wait, never mind. My Z just sucks. I always forget that. I got a new keyboard and the Z key is just not it, and it's so upsetting. But so it's not 1,000 anymore. We bring this down to 400. Because that's what's left afterwards, right? Okay. So then let's say of that 400, right? We then have to go see of this. Let's say this is our only content right now. This is the only thing going on, right? Let's say for viewership, we'll make viewership a different color, of course. We'll make viewership orange. Oops, that's not what I wanted. I did it again. Let's say TriebChief brought in 65% of views. And probably lower. I mean, I think the music might go crazy, to be honest with you. And then what would that mean? That would mean that Tribe Music did 35%. So then since I was the one that was broadcasting, I would get 65% of this $400 that's left over. I almost need to take this over here somewhere. What you need, baby, I got it. So then 65% of this 400 go into TriebChief because of this number over here. Which would be what? Anyone in the chat know? 400. What's 65% of 400? Whatever it is, it's 65 times 4, which I think is probably like 320. No, that's not right. 260. Can't do math. Right? And then what would that leave? That would leave the rest of the money. $140. That made me want it. So we had $120 left, and that would all go towards Tribe Music. Tribe Music. And the reason I'm writing those in orange is because it's based off their viewership, right? So that's how the pay model would work, right? On this side of things, off of like the just the making the money off of the Twitch and the YouTube and everything of that nature, right? There would be, you know what? I'm skipping a step, which is a mistake, but it's all right. We'll clean it up here in a minute. So that's how this revenue would split from this, right? See, what I'm thinking about right now, I wish my camera was up. What I'm thinking about right now, and I'm going to make a note. I'm going to make a note about this. So all these numbers would be different. I'm not going to lie. I kind of messed this up. Because right here, before all this, oops, there would be a share for users. We would cut 40% out of this 40%. So 60% went to Tribe Vibe Network, Tribe Vibe Studio. And then what was left from that should actually be, piece of that should go back to the viewers. So these numbers are going to be different, but that sheet's going to be right. So 60% goes to the Tribe Vibe So we make $1,000, right? 60% goes to Tribe Vibe Network Studios for operating costs and to continue expanding. Leaves us with 600, right? We would eventually want to build, which I don't know if you could build this right up front because of like tracking wise, like we might have to be on our own network, which I think is the truth, and that's why it's not in my notes yet, like on this plan. But down the road, we would want to cut out of the 60%. We would want to cut a share for the viewers, for you guys. We would want you guys to benefit off of it a little bit, not a little bit, but I think like it'd be like a 20% share maybe, or maybe we split it again another 40. I'm just going to put viewer share here for right now. We're not going to go down that, though, just because where we're at currently today, we're not going to be able to build that infrastructure until our website's big enough and our viewership's big enough where we have, like, you guys signing in and, like, subscribing and, like, in a chat. Just because I can't track that because, like, that's a Twitch and YouTube thing at this current moment where we stand right now. So we are going to go ahead and stick with just keeping it on the content creator side of things. Just for the moment. So you can see how from us going for a 24/7 broadcast, Tribe Music would be taking up like, about 90% of the time. Tribe Chats, who this is right here. Chief Chats right here. Tribe Chat, Chief Chats. Maybe this is Tribe Chats. We'll figure that out down the road. Names don't matter 100% unless they're placeholders. So Chief Chats. So back it up. 20 Tribe Vibe Network broadcasting 24/7 on YouTube and Twitch, right? From 7:30 to 1 a.m., I'm here hosting, doing my thing, right? Outside of that right now is Tribe Music, right? So let's say we get, I just wrote 10 million monthly, views or whatnot. Money made off of viewers for the month, 10 million, right? From YouTube, from Twitch, from the whole bang. Let's say 65% of that was driven by me, 35% of that was driven by the music, right? Just because we're seeing at what time people are coming and things of that nature. Since that's the case, we made $1,000. 60% off the top goes to Tribe Vibe Network Studios. That has to go to the studios in order to, pay for people to make edits, pay for the equipment, pay for all those sorts of things, and to expand the brand. What was left from that was $400. Since TriebChief led or driven 65% of those views and got 65% of the engagement, he's going to walk away with $260 for his brand and for his channel. That leaves $120 left for Tribe Music, right? I hope this all makes sense so far. With that $120 from Tribe Music, though, that would go into like almost a slush fund to fund the expansion of Tribe Music. What that could look like. So make a box. So you guys see the logo. If you guys saw it earlier, Tribe Music just has our logo and some music playing, some royalty-free music, nothing too crazy, just some chill beats. So we have visuals on Tribe Music. Can't spell. And we have the music itself, right? So this is something that, me, all the Tribe Warriors would probably have to get together to discuss. But off the top of my head, just for making up numbers' sake, let's say we're going to give 20% away to visuals. And then we're going to give 80% into the music itself for our music channel, right? So how this would look for us spending, right, for us actually doing the thing is I have someone who's making graphic designs and who's doing a tribe theme, like the Lo-Fi Girl or one of those cozy rooms. We are paying artists. So what would that be? $22? That would go towards the creation of the visuals and paying the artist. And then music at 80%. which would leave like what, like $92 or something. I'm gonna do the math real quick, make sure I'm not completely off base. Yeah, $96. So that might need to be 24, which makes sense. Right? So that's what we would make in 1 month, right? Which is nothing crazy, right? This is just like off walking away rich, right? But like our whole philosophy isn't about getting rich. It's about it's not about hitting the lottery. It's about making constant dimes, right? So with like $96, like I'm not paying anybody yet because it's royalty free music, and it's like a logo that I already have. So that means that this 24 and this 96 would just go into essentially like an R&D style savings account, because this is where the cash would go to. And what we would eventually do is pay to make in-house music, like either from artists, like we would like try to partner with some people and create a slush fund for, like, maybe that gets up to an X amount of dollars, where we look at somebody's like, hey, we have a bunch of views coming in and we like your music, we think you fit our vibe. We want to sit down and talk, where we give you like $100 a month and you let us play your music on our Tribe Music channel. Or maybe it's like, hey, we know this funky fresh band and we know that they have been wanting to make an album, so maybe we'll save and we'll pay some money for that band to get like something actually like professionally studio quality recorded, right? Whereas up here, maybe we are with the paying the artist. Like I've already talked to my cousin. She does a lot of great artwork, and me and her were talking about 24 or building like a here. Let me just pull it up for you guys. Something like this, right? Where it's the goal one day for our Tribe Music broadcast to have a vibe that's kind of like this, cozy living room, right? But with like this cozy living room, but like, that color aesthetic, maybe a little like Ricky Morty-ish, but like just a little bit more pop, a little bit more zing, a little bit more, young and futuristic and progressive. A little bit more fitting what we got going on around here in the digital world. And I even told her, like, hey, and then, like, if you put, like, some characters, like how, like, the Lo-Fi Girl's in hers, and there's, like, in other ones, there's, like, dogs and stuff laying on there. When we make Tribe Music and we come out with, like, a new graphic that has some characters in it, base the characters off the Tribe Warriors, and then we can get those characters, those avatars that are in the Tribe Music screen, we can make some, like, animated shorts out of them. Either using, like, something like Sora, or, like, it would be even better if we actually found some animators that we could sit and storyboard with and, like, make a story out of. Which would just, like, perpetually grow and drive more views, which would increase, if we were to start this now, right? And then also we had a little bit of money where we could get, like, some new graphics and maybe some, like, live and the music that we own in here, then I think I truly believe that, like, you guys would be more receptive to that than just having, like, YouTube Studio royalty free music. Having some music that we actually generated would probably be an even better step. So by this, like, whole trickle down of TriebChief working with Tribe Music on a 24-hour broadcast, that creates a budget that allows us to increase Tribe Music, which maybe they stay at 35% because TribeChief grows itself, but maybe instead of 10 million views, you get, 100 million views, in a month. And I know, these numbers are not accurate. It's just to make math easy. But that's how us working together on a 24/7 can feed just two different types of content. Tribe Music, which is in-house, and then TribeChief, which is also in-house. I wish there were some questions. Are there any questions? Because I know I just went through a lot. and I'm sure I can't hear. I'm not talking to myself. So is there any questions, concerns, comments at this time, guys? Tribe from the tribe. Does anyone have anything to add or any questions to? No? Anybody out there? No, it's all good. So this is the basic of our setup, right? And then when we talk about having like rebroadcasting rights, right? So like Hassan Piker, right? Stupid popular. You know what I mean? Like the biggest cockhead, the Joe Rogan of the left, as they like to say. But like he doesn't mind if you rebroadcast. I think he's talked about it multiple times. Like that's his version of keeping it like worker class friendly and letting people like ride his coattails a little bit. So you could do a thing where if I'm done here at 1 a.m. and I know Hassan's not doing nothing at like 2 to 6 a.m. My time. Then instead of Tribe Music's here, we could come in and we could cut out. Whoa, look at that. That's fine. We're just going to leave it like that because that's funny. Hassan rebroadcast. Right? And let's say it's, he only streams 8 hours. I don't know if I'd restream the whole thing, but maybe I find maybe it's just like some YouTube videos. I don't know. I'd have to like look into it a little bit, but let's just call it like 2 hours. So like maybe I go from like 2 a.m. to 4 a.m. with some of like Hassan content rebroadcasted. And like maybe that would like shift these numbers, maybe he would like increase our viewership. I think he definitely would. I think something like this would definitely would increase our viewership for sure. He's already a known figure. He makes really good content. You can already find his stuff in a bunch of different places. So getting him on like a rebroadcast off his YouTube videos would be like a nice little thing for like a 2-hour window. And I don't feel like redoing all this math. If someone wants me to, they could go ahead and ask me in the chat. I don't really feel like it though. So we're just going to cut and we're going to act like we redid all this for like, let's say this was all for January. We get him going in February. And let's say like his shares were like, let's just make it $100. Like after all this is done, after all the profit sharing based off of like his viewership count, let's say, the tribe owes Hassan Piker the same way they owed me $260. Let's say we owed Hassan $300, right? Well, the futuristic cool part, the data economics part, could come into play here, right? Because if down the line, right, when we have it so that you come to TribeVibeNetwork.com to really check this stuff out, right? Like that's where the tribe, when you subscribe, you get a membership to TribeVibeNetwork.com type of thing, like where people really come and like we really are operating off our website. We are tracking and storing your data, and it's not on Twitch and it's not on YouTube, and it's really in-house. And like we build that partnership. I don't think Hassan would take money from this, right? I think if you come to Hassan and be like, bro, I got $300 for you based off this internal revenue splitting I've been doing from your content. And like maybe I'm wrong. I could be wrong. I don't think he's a greedy dude. I don't think he needs $300 of mine, right? So if that's sitting in here, then what that means is that all the fans that are engaging with him that are on Tribe Vibe Network, like once we're on our website, that $300 becomes like the evaluation of the vibe points that are underneath his name. If that makes sense. So like we're gonna get into it a little bit, but just know that this right here from this is all you really need to know right now. You know how like in math class or in history class they give you like the next part of the all this should make sense over here on this side. This all should make sense. TribeChief, Tribe Music, and how this data split or how this money split would go right here. That should all make some pretty good sense. How TribeChief is getting to 260 because he made 65% of the views, and after Tribe Vibe Studio took his share, that's what was left to take from the pot, right? So if that makes sense, then you can see how Hassan can make 300. Now this point where the vibe points and how it helps the fans, we're going to come back to that. That's in all the documents that we're about to read through, because that's what we're doing today. So let's just pause everything right here. Let's take a quick second. Let's look at it. Let's go through it one more time, right? So right now we're really just talking about Tribe Vibe Network, 24/7 broadcast. Richard, that's me, TriebChief, right over here, doing his thing from 7:30 to 1 a.m. And then we're talking about the running 24/7 content, all right? Everything else over there can kind of hold for a second. So Tribe Vibe Network, this is where we're at currently, today, right now, where we're at. Tribe Vibe Network will be on 24/7. Tribe music will be playing in the time that TriebChief is not around, right? If this formula makes 10 million views in a month, which I'm not saying that's what we're doing right now, but if we did 10 million views just from Tribe music and TriebChief, and let's say that made $1,000 for us, right? That's what the profit from YouTube and Twitch was. First things first, Tribe Vibe Studio would take 60% off the top, $600 to continue to grow. We're going to put that in an LLC, Tribe Vibe Network LLC. I know getting incorporated and stuff would be nice too, doing that down the road. But we're going to put $600 into a LLC, and that's like the start of Tribe Vibe Network for internet costs, the AI costs to keep the content going, to continue to buy equipment and expand, bring more content creators on, pay for editors, all those fun things. Based off this model up here, the 65% of viewership is coming from Chief, $400 left in the pot. He would get $260 because 65% of 400 is $260, leaving $120 left for Tribe Music, Tribe Vibe Music for Tribe Music, and then we would be able to create funds that would be able to make Tribe Music better. That all makes sense, right? I feel like that should be pretty straightforward. We can get into this part here in a minute when we get later in the documents, but that's the simplicity. That's in the vacuum what we're doing here. That's what our current model is. That's where we're at today. So this is where we were when we were talking on this side of things. Sorry, give me one quick second here, guys. So creators paid per community engagement, not just views. 60% of platform revenue goes towards building data economic infrastructure. 40% distribution to creators based on engagement metrics. Communities directly fund the system, they benefit from it. Communities directly fund the system they benefit from. You're not asking people to trust their running future. You're saying, I'm building this live 24/7. Other creators can fill my channels dead air. We're using real revenue to build real infrastructure. Your community engagement is your payment. At the end of the day, if you are engaged, like you know how you pay like $6, $7 for Twitch right now, $8 for Twitch. This idea is the money that Twitch is making off of you for like tracking and storing your data. A piece of that value. I mean, you could still pay if you wanted, or you could use the evaluation of your data, like the value of your data, to pay for your subscription. Rebroadcasting rights equals network effect. If Hassan or creators like him let you broadcast without retribution, you fill your hours, you can't be live. I fill my hours, I can't be live. Bring their audience over to Tribe Vibe Network, which I think Hassan's audience and me would get along splendidly. They get engagement-based revenue share. You prove the 24/7 model. Most creators see it work in one end. This is a big issue on the scaling problem. As one person, how can we do more? And then he's calling the 60% thing brilliant. And this is where we start getting into what we need to do now. So after all that, I had prompted Claude, and I said, We could create a 24/7 network so that this could prioritize local 24/7 and community networks on TVN. We could build local servers in older buildings in the Midwest that hold local data and secure it, but can also provide housing for TWS tribe warriors. That's what this is. Who needs studio space? This should be part of the pitch with a 60% allocation. Currently, I'm thinking if I hold myself to split the 40% to Hassan for him, and I put the 60% into Tribe Vibe Network LLC, I could scale and pay myself $250K, then make whatever left go into the business, make Tribe Vibe Network theme to a Tribe Vibe Network themed 24/7 music channel, then hire a content editor. Bop, 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 bop. I think the content editor team that takes me, Hassan, and other medias and make a 24/7 fake CNN where I play into a bit and act like I'm cutting in like 90s news team, focusing on 24/7 media and make stream on my website originally, then out to others. Music, news, sports, different content creators flood in to drive worth the scale, blah, 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 blah. So this 250K part, right, because like this could take off, right? Like in theory, I would cap my personal wealth to that 250. And the reason that 250 came around for any of you that are young entrepreneurs or something, I've been to a couple entrepreneurial like camps or like a Black Tech Week and young professionals and things like that. And anytime you put together a model and you're saying you're trying to get an investor and say I need to run a business. I heard a couple like speeches, keynote speeches talking about you need to tell them that you are worth 250K because A, you are, and then B, that gives you the flexibility to actually put all your time and energy into this without like wondering when you're going to get paid, which will just eventually burn you out. So that's where that number came from. Of course, I will do whatever it works, but if I ever made 250K in a year, I would stop paying myself essentially, and I would just keep it inside the LLC just so that we could get everything running even quicker. That's where that comes from. Richard, this is it. It's me, man. They be hyping. You just outlined vertical integration data economics company designed as a streaming network. Let's map out what you're seeing. Hold on. Is this where he gives me... So this is what I wanted to get into. I want to get into these. He gave me some documents that I wanted to share with you guys. And this is where they are. So let's skip to these. Let me double check that. I didn't really over... Yeah, because all this is in these action plans. So let's just jump to these now. So this was today's action plan. Shoot, hold on. I don't want to. These are giving me in a markdown. I don't want it in a markdown. I have it in a PDF saved. Let me pull it up from there. So again, this was at like 3 a.m. last night that he gave me these. Of course, I didn't just go to bed. I mean, he probably gave this to me at like 1 or 2, and then I stayed up to like 3 or 4 reading them. Read the documents with a cup of coffee, some fresh eyes. That's what I did this morning. And then I added the network now. That's why Tribe Vibe Music is live right now. It took me a little longer, maybe, or a little shorter. Maybe that's about accurate. I had just some weird tech issues with a couple of pieces of software he had me use for it. And then, he's still talking about date plate, which we are going to come back to that. But I just didn't feel like the highest priority with, we got to get the numbers, we got to get the people first, and then date plate will be a good back end for that. Reason being is because plate date is going to be something that we can use and like start storing data and like traction and see what people think about stuff, which I think is a big deal. So we will still be making plate date. I don't want anyone to forget about it. I'm not going to forget about it. It's been on my mind for quite a while, and I think it'll be a fun thing for relationships all over the place of high and low numbers. Oh, energy, community. What does community need more? Finished product, plate, date plate, or always present network. You guys let me know. Let me know if you guys think I'm wrong about this, but I thought getting you guys a 24-hour place to go and seeing that side of things, I think that will benefit you guys more in the long run than plate date would. But let me know if you think you think I made a miscalculation. I would love to hear about it. And then this is, Claude, man. He always knows how to get you going. Based on everything you share, the 24/7 network concept fires you up more than date play right now. You discovered it at almost 1 a.m. because you were seeing something that clicked. The California time zone insight, the streamer as customer realization, the 90s news desk format. These are all fresh, exciting ideas that have momentum. Date play is important, and you will finish it, but it doesn't have to be urgency right now. I agree with that. And this isn't. We were all just on the same page about that. That's why I went ahead with that, with the building the 24/7 music thing. This is always nice too. This is a nice thing about telling AI, because he'll let you know. He'll remind you of your wins. You've been building for months, because I have been. Like, I've been on a real grind here of late, even before I started streaming again. You've been on a building for months. Everything you've built connects and compounds. Website's live. Forum is active. Streaming is consistent. Date plate is designed. Philosophy is clear. Community is growing. Now you're choosing what to build next, not what to build first. That was, hearing that was a great one. Like, not thinking that anything has to stop or go away. So yeah. So that was a nice little go. Now let's pull up the fun documents that he sent me, because some of these are just like the actual plans on how to build what we're building, and it doesn't seem like I saved them as a PDF for whatever reason. So let's start with the ecosystem map. And I'm not going to say any of these are perfect, but these are just giving us a common ground to kind of start the conversation off with. And I've read these once, but now we're going to read them again. I read them this morning, but we're going to read through them again and just kind of go over it. Again, the reason being is this is supposed to be for the benefit of the many and not the few. I do need some more water. So I think, you know what? I think I'm going to take a quick break, guys. I'm going to go just grab some more water, and I will be right back. And then when I come back, I'll see if my camera's working, because I would like to be back on stream. You guys been missing my awesome facial expressions, all right? So I'm going to go ahead, and you know what? Let's go right back into Tribe Vibe Music. Expressions, all right? So I'm going to go ahead, and you know what? Let's go. And we're back. Hopefully the camera doesn't die this time. No, but it's on the charger. It has a little bit of juice, so we might be in better shape. But before we took that little break and I got my water, we were about to go over the TriebChief Network Complete Ecosystem Map. What this does is kind of breaks down how everything flows into one another. It kind of outlays how data economics can benefit us all, and how it can not even just benefit us all, but how it can play in, and how everything stacks and helps as many people as possible. Excuse me. So yeah, so let's go ahead and get into it. TriebChief Network Complete Ecosystem Map. How everything connects, December 4th, 2025. We might as well think of this as a living document. Here, let me... Since we just came back from a break, let's update our... Why can't this get the last letter? Let that update. Good. Okay. So how everything connects, December 4th, 2025. This is a living document. With Stack, the visual overview. The future Midwest infrastructure. Physical buildings, local servers with studio space and housing. Funded by a 60% revenue from Layer 4 Creator Network, which is the second phase of everything, which Layer 4 is consistent of partnered creators, rebroadcasting rights, revenue share model. Maybe I should have read this from the bottom up, but we'll find that out for next time. Layer 3, Tribe Vibe Network, 24/7 Tribe Vibe Network, adding now. Musical channel, the Vibe Report, content editors, always broadcasting, content manipulation. The Vibe Report right now is this Chief Chats. It's going to evolve where the Vibe Report is a very different thing that I have in mind. But for as of right now, we just kind of, when we do reaction, that's essentially what the Vibe Report is. Layer 2, content community, my streams Monday and Friday with the forum, date plate, and client work. All that going into, leading into Layer 3, which is expanding or amplifies into that. And then Layer 1 is the website, the brand, the philosophy, the LLC, the email, and the domain. This being the number one thing I still need to get, being the LLC. So how your projects interconnect, right? Let's talk about how that kind of flows together. Starting up with like something like with DatePlate, which may seem a little bit more like less obvious. Like it might seem a little bit more because it's like essentially just a game. Like it's a dating app game. It's what it's going to be is where you want to cook for a date or something. You invite a date out and say, I want to cook for you. But you're not really sure what to make, and you're not really sure how to make it engaging. You don't want to be just over the stove the whole time, cooking something up. But you also don't want to mess up the recipe. Maybe you're not, like you're a little insecure about your cooking abilities. Who knows? Maybe you're just trying to look for something fun that's like a little bit cheaper and a little bit more like cozy at home. And what DatePlate's coming in is gonna give you prompts and give you ability to give you some prompts and give you like a recipe and steps to make the meal. That also include a couple like icebreaker questions or questions for a partnership, or maybe like a couple little challenges like make a fun TikTok dance video together, things of that nature. Right? It's gonna make a date out of you guys cooking a meal and sharing a meal together. Current status, we have the database designed and the MVP, the hard-coded version, is in development. How it connects to the network, right? It's featured on streams, so it's already building content. Like it's already, if I was sitting here and I didn't have anything to do, I could be like, ooh, maybe after all this is done and we're getting to that 12 to 1 o'clock hour and I'm just, staying alive, trying to figure out what else to do, maybe I'll turn on some of the date plate and work on that, right? So it's already part of the ecosystem by building content, right? And then once it's live and it goes up and people can use it, community can share date plate experiences in the forum that we've created, which is just giving us a cyclical return on engagement. First, maybe you watched me make it, or watched us make it, watched us drop it live, and then you used it. And, for better or worse, you have experiences and feedback. All that value is very, very valuable. We can find ways to better ourselves internally from that and be in the early stages of finding value externally for that. As long as we can make sure we store things and give users all the rights and ability to set their preferences to their privacy concerns. Content editors create highlight reels from the date plate experiences that are being shared in the forum and from the streams, which overall drives more traffic to TribeVibeNetwork.com. And then all this generates user data for future Vibe points usage. The next step of it is to finish the MVP and launch it to the community. How does the forum community interact with what we have going on at large? What it is a Discourser hosted community space. Current status live at forum.tribevibenetwork.com. How it connects to network. Its source from stream topics. Tribe Warrior asks. Keeps community engaged between streams. Discussion topics, vibe report segments. Active members become stream guests. Future vibe points earned from forum engagement. And, you know, even like taking that even a step further, like when it comes to, when we go back to, you know, this right here, and we like create this scenario where, hold on. We create this scenario where there's like some money being held for both music and visuals. Maybe when we get to the forum and stuff, it's not just about like, hey, you guys are a guest on Tribe Vibe Network. You know what I mean? You're not just a guest to the live stream. I don't know how that happened. But maybe, you know, we just do like a bounty system. Maybe, you know, we tell people that this $96 of music that can go into because right now there's like 36 songs in the rotation on Tribe Music. Maybe that 96 gets split again for how much people contribute in music. And maybe we just like say like, hey, we're going to hold a weekly upvote, and whoever collects the most upvoted song to be added to Tribe Music gets added, and they get a 136 split of those like that revenue that's getting generated. That'd be a fun way to engage, and it'd be a fun way to like get the community involved. And the data coming off like internal stuff like that is going to be epic because like, you know, it's not always about like how much data you have in terms of like number of people, but like how much data do you have from like the beginning, the conception of the idea to the ending of the mission. You know what I mean? Like if we are putting something out there saying like, hey, someone like come out here and like, you know, again, like put some songs together and make something happen for stream. And they did it on stream. Maybe they did their own little side thing of like streaming it and like doing it live and putting a song together. Got their own fan base involved in it. Well, then that would like just tenfold all the data that we could pull from that and put like a full project together. Like now we're talking about not just like data from how many people upvoted something. We're talking about the data of how many hours went into making a 3-minute song that people liked. And like where it was, how many, you know, if you could get into like how many people watched the stream and voted for that song to go into Tribe Music, you know, now we're talking about tracking like fan loyalty. Like those are metrics that have a lot of viability and a lot of provide a lot of value in a capitalist society when they're trying to get you to buy consumption. So, you know, we start getting enough data like that, we're gonna be able to start packaging some real data models and data packages for external sources. Again, with all the preferences and privacy being in the individual's hand. So right now our next step for the forum is to drive more traffic to the traffic from the streams. The other thing we have going on are the live streams themselves, Monday and Friday, 7:30 p.m. Eastern, philosophy/building content. This is going from 7:30 to 1. I'm going to start pushing that now. I am going to be committed to being on here till 1 a.m. When I have my streams on Mondays and Fridays. My current status is running, growing audience, how it connects to the network. It's the anchor. Content for 24/7 gets archived and rebroadcast during off hours. Generates content library for editors. Proves engagement model for creator partners. Feed forums discussions, and the next step is to extend occasional streams to 1 a.m. for California audiences, which I'm already sitting here telling, and I'm going to make that commitment tonight. The 24/7 music channel, automated music streaming when you're not live. The current status is not yet built. This is actually outdated. This is finished now, and it's already live, and we're already in this testing phase right here. The Vibe Report, which is, I think, one of the farther things away. The Vibe Report, what is 90s news desk style show covering events and philosophy. Formatted, outline, not yet launched. Reoccurring scheduled content, weekly, bi-weekly initially. Fills prime slots when you're not streaming. Creates clippable, shareable moments. Your host plus rotating guests anchors, pulls topics from forum and current events, film pilot episode in December. We might be able to film that pilot episode. So, like I've alluded to a couple times already, we're working on like painting and finishing a big room upstairs. And we're going to take this entire broadcasting thing that we got going on and insert it into that room. And I do believe that we're going to be able to arrange that room to be able to essentially build like a stage, like where we can like have good lighting and have it kind of formatted and carved out for format like a good place to be able to film something like the Vibe Report. But also do like a stand-up, also do like little musical shows, set it up to like, and like, this is saying like with the desk, maybe we don't do the desk all the way. Maybe it's more like we just make it like podcaster centric so that like when we want to do like a sports broadcast or something like that, we have like a little place to shoot it from. But to me, the Vibe Report is more a stand-in for like being able to host like a traditional podcast or like a sports podcast, or like just kind of be able to open up a stage for other people to come on and be able to film, like not a straight desktop streaming piece of content. Content editor team, what it is, 1 to 2 contractors who edit and repurpose content. Current status not yet hired. Hopefully in like week 3 or 4. How it connects the network, multiplies your output. One stream becomes 10 plus clips. Creators 24/7 content library from your streams. Manages music playlists and automatic streaming. Eventually edit creator partner content. Frees your focus on live content. Post job listening, interview candidates. Next step is to post the job listing and interview candidates. I have a couple people I think I would call on this one, to be honest with you. I know a couple editors that would be interested. And the other part about how we're organizing this and how maybe this upcoming Monday on my next stream, since I'm finally have a couple days off, maybe I'll get into like like formatting even like this show a little bit more, like how we're doing like the recaps a little bit better, like a little bit more efficiently, how we're kind of diving into like philosophy talks and things of that nature. But yeah, I'm gonna have to check that stuff out. Because I want to make it easier for us to clip like a 26-minute segment out of this. And I think the best way to do that is like the same way like ESPN has segments and they go from one thing to the other, or CNN or any of those other like 24-hour shows. I want us to be able to emulate that on a more amateur, like, casual level. Like if I knew that my 7:30 to 1, right, if that's what we're talking about, I need to try to, and it's not going to be the same every time, but I need to try to stack it so that I have segments that that cover those 5.5 hours, and I can know where they're at to cut them, so that when I finish a stream, I know where to cut and I can just post. Like, maybe a little light editing. That's when the editing team would be nice. So that if we're like whatever we're talking about, they can add a little context, or they can like make it a little bit cleaner, a little bit smoother for YouTube. I have found I just don't have time to do all that right now. I barely have time to re-listen to what I'm posting. And maybe that's a little bit on me. Maybe I can get more in, but I'm trying to do as much as I can, and I'm only one guy. But I am trying to make it a little bit easier for everybody, even if it was an editor or if it was ever AI, to just be able to make that happen. I'll make it like come out like smoother, even for you guys. Like, I don't want to just be out here ranting. I want you guys to know what to expect. Even like how I just took a break there for a second, having some of that scheduled where like every 90 minutes, or like, the first one's at 90 minutes and I'll go 3 straight hours and take another break and then like close it up or something. I want to have that a little bit on a schedule, so you guys just like, so that we, not even just you guys, so we all, like the entire tribe, can just fall into a little bit more of a rhythm on what we're doing and like when we're doing it, so that we just can be more consistent. And that's how you build trust, is like, you can rely on me to be there, I can rely on you to be there, and we can keep it forward. So but editors are a big step in all that, because like even like the shorts and stuff I'm pushing out, and if we did like mix in like how we do like the Hassan content, if we can get some editors in there, they can make a really cool YouTube video. Even like when I'm pausing it, hold on, did everything just fall apart? What's going on? It looks like I died on Twitch. Did I die over here too? Okay, cool. Are we back? All right, we're back. All right, sorry about that. It just looked like things died there for a second, so I just kind of gave it a second for people to come back, I guess. Sorry about that. I'm not really sure what happened. Maybe my internet died. Maybe the people are watching me. Maybe the apps. Hold on, my support system's making sure that I know I died, which I appreciate them for. I see it, guys. I see it. I think we're all right. Looks like it was just on Twitch. I don't think it happened on YouTube. But yeah. So, like I was saying, the Creator partnership. This is like the really big one. Again, the first one that comes to mind for me is Hassan Piker, just because I've listened to his streams enough to know that he's okay with like the Hasanabi clipping complex or whatever he calls it. I'm going to make it so and what would probably be the best? The best thing probably to do would be to take his. Can I take his YouTube videos? The easiest thing to do, if we're talking about the easiest thing to do, would take an already edited YouTube video and post it onto the stream. But I don't want to do that if I'm like cutting the person who put the editing in, like put the effort into editing out of like the revenue shares. I don't want to do that whatsoever. That's actually like the exact opposite of what I want to do. So maybe I'll just have to wait till we have a content editor to actually like cut up some of Hassan's streams. Maybe I'll be able to find somebody who does Hassan's editing that it's okay to take from that YouTube channel. I'm gonna have to do a little research into that. Probably hop on Reddit. Maybe it's on Reddit. I know you want to stay away from Hassan's Reddit, but maybe there's like a certain fan channel that like is okay with me taking their videos. I know a lot of them like repeat and stuff, but I'm gonna have to look into that to see what there is. But something like that would be the best thing to do. There's also like some of the guys I show you guys, like That's Good Sports would be cool to if he wanted to partner with me. And then like you want to go to people who are already kind of made too, because I don't necessarily want to steal their fans. That's not what I want at all. I want to help them discover a even wider fan base. Well, because like really the cross pollination of all of our content should be like a big key with what's happening. Which I don't know how many Hasanabi heads are football fans. I'm one, so I know they're out there because like one already exists. I can't be the only. But we will find out. We will figure that out in the next couple of days probably. But the creator partnership, what it is, other streamers, creators, licensing content to Tribe Vibe. Current status, concept stage, not yet approached. How it connects to Tribe Vibe. Fills hours you can't be live. Brings their audience to TVN. Test 60-40 revenue model. Proves networks effective. Identify 1 to 2 potential partners to approach in Q1 of 2026. And I probably have 2 approaches. I probably have like people who are getting started plus people who are already like made it a little bit. Again, like Hassan. And kind of balance those 2 things out. So this client work is something that I also need to really buckle in and focus on. What it is building websites and apps for clients. My church needs a website. And that's what this is referencing. It'll help fund some stuff. Building public stream content. Future clients may come from network audience. Revenue bridge until network revenue, $250K. The other thing about this too is the fact that sorry, I had a bunch of thoughts. I could even live stream, like they have all the tools they need to live stream their sermons and their services. So I could even just get it to the point where, like, going back to this, You know, maybe like from like 6 a.m. to 9, we have like a cornerstone, or we just like play a sermon, which is like just on rhythm for us, which would just be like part of like the mission as a whole, trying to bring some attention to a church, in like the local community, and just like sending out a positive message. So, yeah, we're gonna have to look into that moving forward. And it's a project that like I know I could probably be doing more on. I could probably already have it a little bit further than what I do. It's just one of those things that I gotta give myself a forgiving hug on not having it done yet, and just pick it up where I left off and finish it through. So the complete cornerstone, seek 1 to 2 more clients, is where we're at for that. We will figure that out. Let's just put that in the back pocket a little bit. I'll probably add that to. I'll probably have that on my. I'm probably gonna print off all this and take it with me to our quiet time, me and my wife, this week, just so that we can kind of talk and be on the same page. So the Midwest infrastructure, the play with that. What it is physical buildings with servers, studios, and housing. Research planning phase, 6 to 12 months out. Financed by the 60% of the network revenue. Houses local data servers, data sovereignty. This is like long term, like local. Like if we were running our own platform, like instead of having like one big data server that's feeding everybody, TriebChief Network can operate a different model where we're running local servers for all of our data. So like locals, like like have a Columbus house, or like even like a Borough and like Hilliard. And like the house in Hilliard is holding all the creators in that area that come from that studio. All of the data for their users and their engagement is held on like local servers, so that like it's a little bit more like private. Like it's a little bit more like you know where it's at, where it can be trusted. Both for like using it as like a financial tool and like evaluation, but B, like just to kind of keep the power of the situation and the power in the hands of the people. So I'm excited about this. This is bigger than what it sounds like, because like this could be like a house. Like you could buy like an old like industrial building, or you could buy like, I mean, if we got to the point like we scale, like we talk about like 10, 15 years from now, it'd be awesome to buy like an old mall and like take an old shopping mall that is a old commercial husk at this point and turning it into like a data economic center. I think that'd be a great symbol for society, but I think that'd be a great like use of space. Like we're just tearing down malls that have a shit ton of taxpayer money already poured into them, or they're just owned by real estate companies or real estate moguls who are just using it as a tax write-off. Either way, though, we need to. I think that would be my dream. Like we get to that point, I'd be like, ooh, we made it. We're here now. Provide studio space for creator partners, subsidize housing for tribe warriors, makes the economic philosophy tangible and real. So the revenue flow map, let's check this out. Revenue sources. My day job, can't quit that yet. Client work, stream tips, creator partner pay, and sponsorships. We need to get this LLC. I might do that on stream. That might be a tonight thing, depending if I get the okay from the board. Total revenue. 40% to creators, phase 2, 60% to, it says to me, until I hit 250K, and then it goes into the infrastructure. I would map this out. I would make a timetable for 2026 where like it's not the first 250K, but like we like table it out where it's supposed to hit that throughout the year. And like we could even do it so like the baseline would be like, I mean, I could handle like 60 to 80. Maybe like the 80 is like what comes out like, every month we hit 80 before we do anything else, or even like 60. What would 60 be? Really 1,000. Once we hit once I make like $1,000 in a month, we can start, sharing. So like every $1,000 more and more goes into the studio. We'll boil that down when revenue actually starts coming in, or we do it before revenue comes in. I'm just saying we don't have to do it at this exact moment right here. 60% back into the infrastructure or Tribe Vibe network itself. Then that goes into the content editors, the software team, and the physical buildings. All right, so what gets built when? With all that being said, are there any questions or concerns at this time? All right. So timeline, what gets built when? Now until the end of 2020, now until the end of 2025. Let's see where we're at. Focus is the date plate MVP plus 24-hour music test. Forum is active. Regular streaming is up. Date plate implementation. Launch a music channel, which is now a check. We're in the testing phase of that. And test automated streaming, and that's where we got these two going right now. For the rest of the month, this looks like our main point of contention. This is the other thing the AI kind of doesn't always do, because like right now, like this is like focused on like Tribe Vibe Network, but like the church website needs to be added to that. You know what I mean? Can I make a note? Booyah. Okay. So then the first part, the January to February of 2026. Date plate MVP launch to community. Content editor hired. Highlight reels being produced. The Vibe report pilot filmed. Building content library. That's all seems pretty good. I'm just worried about this because like we haven't made any money yet, and I can't hire nobody if we ain't made no money yet. You know what I mean? So I'm a little bit concerned about that end. But like I said, I know some people to talk to that might be able to like do it on like the profit sharing side, just because like they know me a little bit more and they understand what we're going for. But you know we have to finish a big push. I have a holiday break too. I'll be off like for a week during the holiday, so I'll probably do another big push around then, like a holiday push instead of a PTO push. But we need to make sure, like I need to make sure shorts are coming out. I need to make sure all that's happening moving forward, just to not lose any momentum. Month 4 through 6, network programming. This is March through May of next year. The Vibe report becomes a regular show. Second content editor hired. Content editor hired. 24-hour schedule has multiple content types. First creator partnership conversations. Website embedded for live play. For live player. Oh, so we'll start going live from the website, I think is what that is. That'd be pretty fun. That'd be a good time. March 7th to the 9th. Creator partnership. First creator partnership signed. Revenue split model tested in real world. Engagement metrics refined. Second creator partnership pursued. Midwest infrastructure research project completed. And then we're getting into September of November from next year. Platform and physical planning, software team research, custom platform needs, Midwest building location scouted, investors, partners, materials prepared. Network has 3 to 5 creator partnerships, revenue projections for physical build. 2027 physical infrastructure, begin Midwest planning acquisition / leashes, local server installation, studio space build out, first tribe warriors move into facility, custom platform development begins. Year 3 and moving forward, multiple studio space operational, custom platform launch, data ownership tools deployed, Vibe point system activated, full data economics model operational. This is where I was talking about the viewership, the thing with this is where I was talking about where the viewer split happens. We need to make sure the viewer split is being built from the beginning, like a nest egg. Here in the beginning, the viewer share might be a small, maybe it's only 5% because it's all we can afford in the beginning, and we'll raise it as we continue to grow. But someone like Hassan, right? If he's just dude, I just don't need your money. You're doing everything fine. Other content creators have done the same thing as you. I'm okay with not taking money from you. Then this money, this $300, you would have a view share of sitting in here with a little bit of money, but then money that we would owe someone like him might be even bigger than that. And if that's the case, then that would be the baseline and building the floor of what tribe points or vibe points would be built off of. So every time a viewer earned a vibe point, that the value of that would be a percentage. If you earned a vibe point for engaging with Hassan's content, then that vibe points value would be derived by the money that Hassan hasn't taken out of the account. So all that money sitting there would just appreciate for his viewers and for his community. So, what do I do each week after full ramp? Your ongoing responsibilities: content creation, 12 to 15 hours a week. Monday stream, this should really be 5 to 6 hours. Friday stream, 5 to 6 hours. Vibe report recording. I feel like this would have to wait. Forum moderation for 2 to 3 hours. Content planning for 2 hours. Business operations, 10 to 12 hours a week. Content editor management. Creator partnership discussions, community engagement, financial tracking and planning, technical infrastructure maintenance, strategic development, 8 to 10 hours, date plate features planning, new creator outreach, physical infrastructure planning, software platform design, Vibe point system development. Total 30 to 37 hours a week. This becomes your full-time job when network revenue equals $250,000. So if you think if you are understanding what I'm saying and you're seeing the data economics at play, and how if we can pull together shares of how we can start splitting value between content creators, but then also have a little bit of viewer share in there, and then also have an ethical way of tracking, selling viewer data to benefit you and help subsidize your income. Again, we're not winning the lottery. We're having a constant trickling of dimes into our back pocket. Then donate to the cause. Reach out and let me know what I need to do to make it a reality, because I would love to do this full time. I think I would get really far if I could do this full time, especially if I could take financial pressures off of me and have a little bit more freedom in getting it done. I think we would be moving so much further so quickly. What others handle? Content editing, 24-hour stream management, automated with some editors, technical platform development, moderation support, community volunteers, paid mods. I love that he just thinks I can pay people. That's crazy. You know what I'm saying? Discussion tree. What to prioritize when? Decision tree. I said discussion tree. Decision tree. What to prioritize when? Do you have active users of Dateplate? No. Focus on Dateplate. Is your streaming schedule consistent? No. Lock in. He's no, then do it. If the answer is no, then do it. Just do it. I think that's funny. I'm sorry. Is forum active with regular discussion? No. We got to drive some more traffic. Yes. Continue to the next question. Do you have 10 to 20 hours a week for network operations? No. Wait until capacity exists. Yes. Continue to the next question. Can you afford $100 to $300 a month for contractors? No. Build content library solo first. Yes. Launch 24/7 music and hire an editor. I already launched this. We're already here on that part. I'll say that every time. All green lights. Launch network layer now. Key integration principles. Nothing gets abandoned. Date plate develop continues. Forum stays active. Your stream stay on schedule. Client work continues. Day job stays until network revenue replaces it. Everything amplifies everything. Stream feeds forum discussions. Forum questions become stream topics. Date plate gets promoted on streams. Network brings traffic to all properties. Community grows across all platforms. And then we're going to build it public. That's exactly why we're here right now reading all this. Show the 24/7 build process on streams. Document metrics transparently. Community participates in decisions. Failures and successes both shared. Trust built through radical transparency. Scale only with revenue. Scale only with revenue. Don't hire until you can afford it. Don't build infrastructure until revenue supports it. Proof of concept before expansion. Conservative growth funded by actual earnings. 60% reinvestment means sustainable scaling. Data economics from day one. Track all engagement metrics. Users see their contribution value. Transparent about how data is used. Building towards user data ownership. Community benefits as system grows. And then a one-page summary. I think this is the last thing. Yep. One-page summary. What you've built. Website, forum, brand, date plate, design, streaming, presence. What am I adding? 24-hour network layer with music, content editors, the Vibe report. What it enables. Creator partnership, revenue growth, path to physical infrastructure. What doesn't change? Your streams, date plate development, forum, client work, day job. Timeline. Month 1 to 3, test network concept. Month 4 and 6, add programming. Month 7 to 12, add creators. Year 2, physical infrastructure. Year 3, full data economics. Investment time 10 to 20 hours a week additional. Money $0 to $300 initially. Risk low. Everything else continues. Upside: build the infrastructure for data economics revolution. Next step: launch music channel this week. Test for 7 days. Decide on editor hire. Everything connects, everything amplifies, everything serves the larger vision. You're not building scattered projects, you're building an ecosystem. And that is exactly what is needed to have a healthy economy, is a healthy ecosystem. So I definitely think this is all on the right page. I definitely think moving forward on all this is going to be a great step for Tribe Vibe and just achieving the mission. Meaning society as a whole. So yeah, a lot of good stuff. Did I F again or whatever? What's going on here? Oh, I'm just making sure everything's still running properly. Apologies. Okay, cool. What's this? Cool. So that was the network integration map, I believe. Complete ecosystem map. I know it was long, but the whole point of this is to document the process on stream. I think this is the best roadmap that we can have, because even with what I'm doing here, the fact that we're going to build more in a room upstairs. We're already starting that Midwest transformation. We're in a house in the Midwest, and we're already starting to build out a stage and ability to stream and do more types of content. So we're already doing it on a micro scale, and all this does is just when profit comes in and when revenue comes in, what are we going to do with it? So it's very exciting. I'm definitely excited for what we're building here. So that was the complete ecosystem. We went through the action plan and what we went through today. Let's go ahead and pull up the next step, the next piece of all this, which I might need to grab it off of Clout again, because I don't think I downloaded this as a PDF either. So we did. We've done. You didn't see this, but you didn't need it. We're on the integration plan. Let's go ahead and pull that out and see what we can do with that. If you guys have any questions or concerns for me, please let me know. Tribe Vibe Network, data economics, trying to subsidize your capitalistic hourly wage, your hourly wage. We are trying to make a little bit. We're at the end of the day, we're just trying to achieve the mission. We're trying to leave society better than we found it, so the next generation can be better than we possibly imagined. And I hope going through these documents and these business plans will help that become transparent and help everyone just see the vision and so we can all play our parts and all make a difference in the world. Because let me tell you, the direction that we're headed, not too good. It's not looking good for your boys. We looking kind of bad, actually. Looking a little bad. Looks like we're just doing racism right now. Looks like racism's just winning it all right now. I'm not saying that's what it is. It's just what it looked like. All right. So this is the Tribe Vibe Network 24/7 network integration plan. Let's review and let's see what this is talking about. How the streaming network layers on your existing foundation. Again, this is a living document, but this was written on December 4th, 2025. Oh, that's interesting. Your current foundation, what we've already built here on Tribe Vibe Network. Website infrastructure, a domain, professional email, brands, colors, logo, visual identity, website section, a home, about data economics, tribe games, and a contact. Date plate application. Completed a database scheme. Schematic. Users accounts system. Recipe management. Relationship prompts. Figma design. Community infrastructure. Discourse forum. Categories created. Moderation structure. Community guidelines. Streaming operations. Twitch channel. Content mix. Growing the audience. Multiple platform presence. Twitch and YouTube. TikTok is planned. I probably could just start dropping some stuff on TikTok for sure. I'm not a tiki talker, so I don't know. You don't know. I am a boomer. I keep saying that. I am an old soul. All right. I didn't have social media till I was 17. I don't know what you little kids at 12 or 13 are doing. Business structure. Tribe Vibe Network LLC established. Core philosophy: morals over money, character over clout, data economics. Tribe warrior concept: community of independent creators, not employees. It's not a 12-page document. The 24/7 network isn't a replacement; it is the next evolution of what we're already doing. Think of it like this: foundation layer, what we have: website, date plate app, forum community, brand and philosophy, personal streams. This is the layer we're adding right here. We're adding this. We already got that. We'll be doing this in December. I don't know. Y'all tell me. Do you think I got to hit up Hassan, or do you think I can just start pulling his content? I might have to edit his live stream myself, but that's fine. Your live streams feed into the network. Community events like a tiny desk style. What this means is like especially when we get to the other room, we're gonna set it up so that we can play some I got my sister's in a band. There's a couple other like artists here that I know that I've worked with in the past. Even like Rocky Massa, I might have him come out and perform with you. He loves to perform. So we might do some stuff like that in December and early into next year. A Capricorn concert may have to happen. And once all this is built out and fleshed out and like rocking and rolling, what that will lead to is a Midwest physical location, local servers for data, studio space for creators, and then a custom platform software. Of course, from being able to get developers in on all this. Integration points where everything connects. Your streams become network anchors. Before, Richard streams Monday and Friday. After, Richard streams before flagship content on 24. Richard streams Richard streams become flagship content on Tribe Vibe Network 24/7 network. How does it work? You still stream from. I'm going to stream from 7:30 to 1. I am producing the primary content right now. Between my streams, other content will fill the time. Right now, it's just the music that was playing before stream today, and it'll be playing afterwards. Your streams get archived and rebroadcast during off hours. Everything drives viewers to your main TribeVibeNetwork.com site. Nothing changes about your streams. You're adding infrastructure around it. That's like the big thing. Like, and I think a lot of entrepreneurs and young creators could benefit from that. It's not about like doing a bunch of different things. It's about how can one thing lead into everything else? Because when it does, that's how you know things are growing organically. That's how you know things are like moving in a sustainable direction. Reading these, they all felt different the first time, but I hope it's not just going over the same thing over and over again. Your streams get archived, reprogressed during off hours. Everything drives viewers to your main TribeVibeNetwork.com site. Nothing changes. So Date Plate launches within the network. This will be our first game or activity we make for the tribe. Before, Date Plate was a standalone app on my website. Now, with this new philosophy and framework in mind, DatePlate is a featured content on the network. How it works: DatePlate still lives on TribeVibeNetwork.com. During streams, you do a DatePlate date nights, live cooking with prompts. Community members share their DatePlate experience on the forum. Content editors create DatePlate highlight reels for 24/7 rotation. Drives traffic to the app, validates the concept with real users. Imagine that too. So if everyone's getting a little share, of this, if all the content creators on here are getting a little share, right? And say there's just like an ad, but instead of an ad, it's like one of those highlight reels of date night. So if you're using one of our apps and you get selected to be in the highlight reel, and that's way too big for a short piece of time. But if you're in the highlight reel right here, and maybe this generates 6% of our views for the week. If 6% of engagement comes from this reel right here, then that means that our viewers, our tribe members who are just posting and engaging and having fun, will make a little bit of money. Again, just dimes, nothing crazy, but we'll make some money off of just engaging and posting their experience with the apps and the stuff that we're making for them, which is the whole point. Literally the whole point. Think about that. You become a tribe member. You like the stuff I'm saying. You like the fact that I'm just pointing out the fact that society has all of these failures and things are happening that just stink, right? And you stick around long enough to see the website get made, and then you stick out a little bit longer to see DatePlate get made, and then you try it, and maybe it has some ups, but maybe you try it one time and you have a really good day, you have a good experience with it, and you decided to record it and you post it to the forum to share that, kind of like you would on an Instagram or YouTube short, and then all of a sudden maybe one of the editors pick it up and put it into a highlight reel showing off how awesome the app is to promote for Tribe Vibe Network, get a little bit of action coming back our way, but it would also allow you to make a little money off of it. A free app that you just wanted to engage with, leading to, maybe it's only 50 cents, but it becomes an asset, because maybe it's 50 cents that one time with the highlight reel, right? But maybe after 3 or 4 years, we have enough information and enough data where someone like Instacart, people the people who deliver meals straight to you, maybe they could understand their consumer base a little bit more. Maybe they want to know who's trying this at home, and maybe they're interested in buying and advertising towards you guys, or they're just a study trying to figure out grocery buying patterns for the average age of the users that are here at Tribe Vibe. Whatever it may be, maybe it's 50 cents at first, but maybe that data gets sold again in a big 5-year study package that leads it to being $50. And then it's just an appreciated value, because you can leave it in there, and since it's tied to since it's tied into this whole web of cross-pollination, the fact that people like Hassan or TriebChief or whoever else are just leaving big sums of money on the network because they don't need to take it out and they want to let their viewers they're trying to get their viewers vibe points to appreciate. Now all of a sudden at $50 maybe you'll see a little trickle coming up because now there's still other date plate users who are making the date plate overall trickle up, which is just raising your value. So remember how we were talking about currently, people who own a majority of the shares are up here, and then every time you buy a share, you're really just kicking them up a little bit. Instead of doing that, instead of kicking up like just the ruling class, now we're taking that same principle of like that kick up happening from appreciation of value, and we're spreading it out through the grassroots of society. We gotta scale it. We gotta build it. But we're here. We're here. We're here. We're figuring it out. It's happening. And that's exciting stuff. I don't care who you are. So this is even where we're talking about like posting on the forum because you did some date plate. The forum becomes content stuff. Before forum is a community discussion space. Now the forum discussions become show topics and content. Would love that. Would love to be able to get some like upvotes or just like when things really are taking off. We just have like the vibe report. There could be like a gossip section on that. Like and the gossip on the forum is X, Y, and Z today, and this is what's really popping off. So, these are things that this is how we're building it, and this is what we're looking for. Because that engagement is valuable to us and to you. So we want to encourage it and highlight it the best we can. Forum questions become segments on streams. Community challenges posted in forum get featured on stream. The Vibe report pulls topics from discussions. Active forum members get invited to guest on streams. Creates feedback loop, stream, forum, stream. And not just stream, forum, stream, but it can also be stream, forum, solve a problem, stream the solution. You know what I mean? Like, if we're talking about, a charity drive, if we're talking about like a park that needs to be picked up with litter, we can organize some of that, you know what I mean? And then film that, collect as much data during all that, and make that into some content. It doesn't just have to be stream and forum. We got to get out in the physical world and find solutions to like problems that we're looking at every day. And I think I've already said this once about the forum, but even if it's even like this method, maybe it's stream, we have a forum, we find a problem, and there's a solution, and now we just post a bounty for it. Like if there's like an editing bounty, make a music bounty, a software bug bounty, we can start using some of that trickle down money and how we're like spacing it and cutting all the shares and build some pools of cash to allow it so that we can offer a reward if someone can solve a problem for the tribe, for the network. The forum stays exactly as is. You're just leveraging it as content ideas. Music channel requires 0 new work. The easiest win. We already got that done. We don't need to read about that. Week by week rollout, layering the strategy. Week 1 and 2 foundational layer mostly done. Website operational, forum active, streaming service consistent. We need to get this live. You guys can't get there yet. I'm probably gonna either do that today or tomorrow morning. I gotta do it before I leave this week. Week 3, 4 add music layer. We already got that going. We already got all that done. Mine's already crossed off. This keeps saying week 5 to 8, but I really don't know. I mean, like I said, I got some buddies that might be able to help me out on the low right now, especially if I can like put together some profit share for them. Because like how I would do an editor would be like, so you take how I would do an editor like that, like so you take my raw streams, right, for example, and the process of turning them into proper YouTube videos and shorts right? And you expect that to turn into revenue, right? Well, just like the music stuff, just like the music and everything that was going on up here, we have to, and this is just like the way we have to keep things. It's not about me, it's about the tribe and having what we need. Of that revenue, 60% would be going back to the studio. And I see that's not a percent sign. Don't yell at me, chat. Don't yell at me. And then 40. Yeah, do what I want. Do what I want. And then 40% would be left for everything else. You know what I mean? And maybe of that you would need to split it between obviously the editor, who would probably take the lion's share. Maybe they get like at least 50% of whatever's left. I'm just guessing out here. But then you would also need, like, if there's like music that was like Tribe Vibe or like a logo, you would need like some of that stuff too, like a catch-all, like a miscellaneous. That would probably at least need to have like 10% going to it. You know what I'm saying? And we could flesh that out more as we get things going. Of that 40% editor, we get 50. So if there's like this made $100, right? Like we made $100 off our YouTube videos, say, in revenue. $60 will go to the studio. $40 will go to everything else. Meaning like that editor will get $20 for that video. And of course, like that's like for the life of the video. So like you could have like royalty type money coming in where you're just always constantly making money. Instead of getting paid everything up front. We just have to see if someone will go for that, essentially. But this miscellaneous, because eventually you want to split into the logo, you want to split into the music, and there's like a 40% left out there. But that I think that would go back to the viewers. Like at some point we have to cut the viewers in. So 10% to like the logo and the music, maybe, like just because like this isn't like music. This isn't like trying to frame the music. The music's like an accompaniment on this type of video. And the logo is just something that like you always gotta account. Like when I say logo too, I mean like all the like arts and graphics that go into that stuff. But then like that other 40% missing would go into like the viewer share, because the viewers should be making money off of all this that's going on too. Because without them, there's nobody being made at all. And that's the point of Tribe Vibe Network, We'll call it the viewers fund. So it's not 40% of everything, but it's 40% of the 40% split. If that makes sense. If it doesn't, let me know. I would love to keep talking about it. And I'm really crossing my fingers on this. I really hope this can happen. I mean, if we can get an editor in here, I think we'll be able to just because like right now we're like relying on our content creation. So if we can get an editor hired, then I feel like we would be able to like just exponentially grow. At least like our YouTube videos will become like more solid and like polished up for YouTube, instead of just cutting off parts of the stream and throwing them up there with no edit. But we'll have to cross that when we get there. The Vibe report, that pilot will start in December. It'll cover topics and be way more segmented. The point of this is to be more segmented, in that way we can it's easier to edit and get it up onto stream or onto our archive. Creator partnership, we've talked about that a couple times. Identify 1 to 2 mid-tier creators, negotiate rebroadcast rights, test revenue split model, document metrics to prove concept. Add physical infrastructure planning, research Midwest building options, calculate server costs, design studio space layout, prepare investor partner pitch materials. Technical integration, how it actually works. Current setup, your computer, streaming software, OBS, Twitch and YouTube. Network setup, your computer, streaming software, OBS, Twitch, for discovery, YouTube for discovery, TribeVibeNetwork.com are primary. You own this. Exactly. 24/7 feed music content in your streams coming from Tribe Vibe Network being broadcasted everywhere else. Got that. Got that. Need that. Need an editor. Or I probably need software team for that. Here's the cost. 0 to 50 for the first couple months. Your existing equipment. 4 and 6 is where we need to start adding a contractor and editor for everything. And then month 7 to 12, we're hitting $1,000 for expanding the team and the infrastructure. Revenue model integration. Oof. All right. Revenue model integration phase 1. Revenue. You keep current model. Client work, Cornerstone Church, future clients. Your salary from current job until I'm ready to transition. Small donations and tips from streams. Please, sir, can I have some more? Phase 2 revenue. Ad network revenue. Creator partnership. They pay small fee for rebroadcast or revenue share. Creator partnership. They pay small fee for rebroadcast or revenue share. It's going to be a revenue share. Sponsorship for Tribe Vibe Report. Premium community features on forum. Gameplay premium features. I'm not going to make you guys... That's not... The only reason I would kick into that is like out of like a very big need. I don't want to... The worst I would do is make you watch an ad before you started cooking dinner. I wouldn't make you guys pay for a premium feature. We already have your data. You're already paying through it by like engaging with the content and stuff. I don't want to make you pay out of your own pocket. Phase 3 revenue. 60-40 split kicks. Significant creator partnership established. 40% to creators based on engagement. 60% to Tribe Vibe LLC. $250K to me. Rest into infrastructure team Midwest building. You don't change your current income strategy. You add the network revenue as it grows. Again, this would probably need to be structured as like an 80K, a 60. I'm gonna call it 70 to 80K base salary plus like bonuses and metrics. So essentially, the way that would work is like I'm guaranteed this salary based off the revenue, but it would take us hitting certain metric goals to actually hit the that full 250. Because if we make just 250K, it shouldn't all be going to me. It needs to go towards like Tribe Vibe. 70 to 80 is plenty for me to live on. Rest into infrastructure team Midwest building. You don't change your current income strategy. You add the network revenue as it grows. What doesn't change? Let's be crystal clear about what does not need to change. Streaming schedule, content style, date plate development, forum management, Wesam design, your day job, client work. Hey, I don't want to go back to work. I want to keep doing this. I want to keep talking to my tribe. No. What does change? The additions. Mindset. Stream doesn't end at 11:30. Something is always live. Content reuse. Your streams get repurposed, extended, rebroadcast. Team building, start small with 1 to 2 contractors. Platform ownership, drive more traffic to TribeVibeNetwork.com versus just Twitch. Creating your partnership, you become a network, not just a channel. Long-term vision, physical infrastructure of the Midwest becomes a real goal. This is talking about how 7:30 to 11:30 is 4:30 to 8:30 over in the Pacific Standard Time. Shout out to you if you're from the West Coast. Nice to have you here. We're going to push later to the 9-10 hours where people are really chilling at home and out in Cali. Post-dinner crowd, West Coast tech creator culture, more engaged, relaxed viewers, perfect timing, philosophy, and deep dive discussions. How network solves this. Option A, occasionally extend your stream to midnight. Partner with the West Coast creator. That would be nice. Rebroadcast your Best content during the West Coast prime time. The network means you don't have to personally stream at all hours. The network is always on. And then we get into what needs to be done for the next 30 days. I'm just kind of seeing what's still down here. Woo wee, guys. This is a doc. You know what I'm saying? This is how you know you're doing something. Let me drink a little more of this water real quick. Any questions or concerns from the tribe? Well, I'm sitting here drinking this water real quick, trying to catch my breath. All right, then. I will take your silence as meaning that you understand everything better than I do. Priority action items, next 30 days. Week 1, this week. Finalize date, place, data plate. Finalize date, plate, database implementation. Create automated music playlists. This one's already a check. Set up basic 24/7 stream on TribeVibeNetwork.com. Announce the forum. We're going 24/7. That's a check as well. We're going to put this in Notion after we read this real quick. Week 2, test 24/7 music. Document what works, what doesn't. Stream your regular Monday, Friday content as usual. Measure engagement difference with always on presence. Week 3, post job listings for part-time content editor. Start interviewing candidates. Continue regular streaming schedule. Begin outlining the Vibe report format. Week 4, hire first editor, create content pipeline workflow, film the Vibe report pilot, review month 1 matrix. So we're going to go ahead and take that. We're going to take that. And we are going to... Oh, not that. That gives you guys that weird little... Voo. Ooh. All right, so we're going to come to this Tribe Vibe Network. Where should we put it? I'm going to put it here in the agenda. Why does it do that? Why can't it just take it with the format? This is an AI service. Why does it gotta be so dang difficult to use it sometimes, man? I swear. Can't even tab it over. Oh my gosh. Sometimes I swear Google Docs is just never gonna lose. Well, that's even worse. Oh, I just spoke for you. I just spoke on your behalf, and that's how you're gonna do me? Really? Really? You do this for me. I'll do it like this. Cool. Now, if I copy and paste this, will this still give me some weird format issues? Huh? Of course it did. Of course it did. There we go. Take it. So we're going to take that. We pulled that out so we can use it again later. Alrighty. Success metrics to track. Hours of 24/7, uptime achieved, viewer retention during non-live hours, forum engagement, did it increase, website traffic to TribeVibeNetwork.com, creator editor output, highlight creator, cost per hour of content produced, viewer feedback on the Vibe report, creator partnership, conversation started, risk management. What if this doesn't work? Fallback position. You still have date plate. You still have your streaming audience. You still have your forum community. You still have your client work income. Nothing you're building requires a 24/7 network to succeed. The network is an amplifier, not a dependency. What if you can't find creators to partner with? Alternative, run 100% your own content, streams, reruns, music. Use a public domain content, old films, documentaries, educational. Commission content for community members. Build proof of concept before pitching partners. What if revenue doesn't come in fast enough, which is probably my biggest concern. Just to keep it all the way 100. Woo, 100. Woo, it's not 6-7, it's 100. Woo. Keep your day job until network revenue hits $250K a year. Fudge. Fine. Client work continues, funding operations. Start with minimal cost, free, cheap tools. Scale team only when revenue supports it. 60% reinvestment means conservative growth. The big picture, why it works for you. Keeps your foundation intact. Add scale without reoccurring more personal hours. Creates path to full-time creator and entrepreneur. Builds real assets. Test data economics for creators. Real alternative to extractive platform. Transparent revenue sharing. Part of building something bigger. Data ownership, infrastructure, and development. Physical space and future. For your community, always something live to engage with. Multiple ways to participate. Sense of building something real together. Path to become creators themselves. Here's some questions to consider. Let's go ahead and answer some of these. Oh, come on. All right. So let's answer some of these questions, just because they're probably good things to be thinking about. So, can you dedicate 10 to 20 hours a week to network operations on top of streaming? That's a good question. I can dedicate. So Monday at 7, I get busy, but I can dedicate my Monday morning and my Friday, and my Tuesday and my Wednesday, and maybe part of my Sunday. So there's like 5 half days. So I would say, yeah, I can at least hit 10. I think I can average 20, or I'm sorry, 15. And in a good week, I could probably do 20. So that feels pretty good. That feels like a good place to be. Especially with how motivated I am. Like I said, like one of the easiest things, what makes it kind of easy to commit and get all this done is just how awesome and amazing my wife is. She really like believes in everything that I'm doing, and like she's willing to commit to it. So it just makes it easier for me to think like, hey, in my downtime, will this be like an option, or will I have to worry about something? And I just know in my heart that like I'll be able to get done, and because I feel like she will tell me to go get it done before I do anything else. But it's just nice to know that there's a partner that's keeping me accountable and dedicated, and like she really believes in what I'm doing and what I'm trying to dedicate my life to. So, yeah, I definitely feel like I can commit as many hours as I need to this. I definitely think I can hit 10 extra hours on top of my streams during like a non-PTO week. I think I could get up to 15, but it's gonna be good to track that. It's gonna be good to go live and see what those numbers look like. So, heck yeah. Financial runway. How long can you fund this before needing revenue? I can maintain like what we're spending, like on like AI and stuff. I need revenue before getting an editor. Like before I pay somebody. Like this is like the financial honesty of it. Like I can maintain like all the AI services we're using right now, but I can't in good conscience tell somebody to like post up a job or like post and tell people to come work with me, just because I can't pay it out of my pocket. Like even if I could, like this month, can I do it next month? Can I do it for 3 months? And like that financial strain is just not really where we're at right now. With all the family stuff we have on the way, there's a baby on the way and stuff. I just can't commit to that without the business bringing in revenue and paying for itself. That's just where we're at right now. That's why that's like the biggest thing as we were reading through those docs. I kept kind of pointing that out. I'm like, well, when do you think I'm going to get some revenue, Clout? Like, what are we talking about here? Team building, are you ready to manage contractors and employees? Absolutely. Yes. I feel like I was born to be a leader. And like it's not just because like, ooh, I should be in charge and I should be on top of shit mountain. I just want to see everybody win. I want to see everyone like do their best. I want to see everyone reach their potential. I want to see everyone's lives get better, which is what I think makes me a good leader. And like even if it's like them not wanting something, but it's something that the team needs done for the greater cause, I'm always willing to have those conversations. And when it comes to the Tribe Vibe Network, man, I think I could lead this to the top and to where it needs to be. I definitely think once we get to that point where contractors and employees come in and involved in things, I think I'll be able to articulate what we need done, and I think I'll be able to, I would need like advisors. I would need a team to like just like a CEO, like we were talking the other day, but I would need a team to help like structure things and like help me run research and stuff. But like make a decision, make sure people are in a position to win. I'm definitely ready to do that. And manage, make sure everyone gets paid and everything is happening on time and within the project. Yes. Technical. Are you comfortable learning new streaming automation tools? Yeah, I am. Yes, I'm very comfortable. I mean, I just learned about Restream the other day and I got it going. So I think I can learn anything that needs to happen. It's just fun for me. Vision alignment. Does this fit your 10 to 15 year Tribe Vibe Network vision? Perfectly. This is the perfect 3-year plan to get Tribe Vibe Network to where it needs to go in the 10 to 15 years following. So I'm actually, let's see how I use Clyde a little bit sometimes. Sometimes I'll take stuff like this hold on, let's finish that doc and then we'll go into that. Final thoughts, how it's all connected. Nameplate drives couples to website, forum, keeps community engaged between streams. Streams create content, build audience, 24/7, amplifies all of the above. Content editors multiply your output, create a partnership network effect. Physical infrastructure makes it all real. Data economics, the why behind everything. You're not pivoting, you're scaling. You're scaling what's already working. The 24/7 network, the connective tissue that turns separate projects into integrated systems. Read this document fully, identify any conflicts with existing plans, decide is this the right time to add the network layer. If yes, pick one thing. If no, table it. We already added something. Either plan is valid. The key is intentional sequencing. You built the foundation, now we're adding the engine. Let's go, baby! And like I said, Clyde is a hype man. So I think we have one more. Do we have one more document? I know, chat. I know. We're reading a lot of docs today. We're doing a lot of reading. We haven't put our literacy hats on. But it's important that we do this together, all right? You're just going to have to trust that. So we did that. We don't need the weekly tracker. So it's just this network strategy that's left. Let's see. If we start repeating ourselves a bunch like we did, because I feel like we started repeating ourselves. Maybe I just feel that way. Because I've read them a couple times. But let's see if this is a little bit different or not. All right, this one's only 7 pages, so it's like half of it. All right, chat. The Tribe Vibe Network, 24/7 network infrastructure strategy. Core insights. The pitch to creators: 4% of revenue goes to you based on engagement. 60% builds the infrastructure that gives you data ownership. We're not Twitch taking 50% and selling your data. We're building servers in the Midwest, housing creators, and making a platform where you own your economy. Join us live 24/7 or license your content. You decide. 3-phase build. Phase 1 proof of concept. Tribe Vibe music channel. Hire content editor. The Vibe report. We've seen all this before. Platform strategy. Phase. Financial platform. Financial projection. Year 1, $1 million. Really, though? See, like, this is, like, the crazy stuff. You just read this, and you're like, wait, what? Is this the same? See, that just seems like some AI crap, right? Saying that we're just going to make $1 million in a year. I'm going to ask him, though. 1 year, $1 million in revenue, conservative, $400K, conservative, blah, 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 blah. Year 2, $3 million. Here, let's just press him a little bit. Let's see what Clout guys say for himself. Which doc was that? Let's see what AI has to, how he defends himself, huh? All right. So I said, because I'm just a Midwest guy out here. I ain't never seen no $1 million in my life. So like just to say that in there, which like I wish I could say that, but like he says it's conservative, so like I wanted him to explain that. So in the TriebChief network, 24/7 network and infrastructure strategy, you have $1 million in revenue as a conservative projection for the first year. That seems a little wild for me. I'm supposed to say, care to explain. Let's see what he says. Maybe he'll like bust it out and make it make sense, but like, I don't know. It feels like he just put $1 million somewhere. So maybe he'll be like, oh, wait. See? Flawed logic. Knew it. This is why you got to check him every now and again. I feel like my stream keeps crashing on Twitch. And I don't know why, because my timer keeps resetting. But it doesn't really matter. I think we're good on YouTube, so we'll just keep pushing through it. I was thinking average YouTube channel with 100K subs. Why would you assume that from me, Clout? You crazy? Good. I'm happy. See, that's why you can't just take it at face value. I was thinking average YouTube channel with 100K subs make 50 to 100K a year from ads. That's good to know. If you had creator partnerships, bring in audiences, if date plate took off, if client work continued, if sponsorships hit, but that's best case scenario, not conservative. Actual conservative year, 1 year projection. Let's give you a realistic number based on your actual starting. Year 1 reality check, more honest numbers, income source, your stream's current, tips donation 50 to 200, which would be $600 to $2,400 a year. You're just starting a small audience. Client work 2 to 3 websites at 2 to 5K each would be 60 to 1,500, or I'm sorry, 6 to 15,000. This is your most reliable income source right now. 24-hour stream ad revenue. YouTube with 20 to 50 average viewers, $500 to $2,000 a year. Twitch is similar or less. See, I'm way off that. My average viewers right now is like 1. Ad rates are low for music content. Date plate, if launched, probably $0 a year 1. Free to use, building user base. Yep. Creator partnership, probably $0 year 1. You need proof of concept first. Yep. Realistic year 1 total 10 to 20. That's being honest. Yep. More realistic 3-year projection is year 1 10 to 20. Year 2 40 to 80. Year 3 100 to 200. Year 4 250 to 500. To hit $1 million revenue in year 1. Hey man, I'm not gonna lie. These probably would be the numbers that we use as metric goals. Just because, like, why not shoot for $1 million, 10 plus creator partnership, each bringing 50 to 100K equals unrealistic. You have none yet. 50K average viewers on 24/7 stream, unrealistic. You have 20 to 50. Or is that less than 20 to 50? Major sponsorship, unrealistic. Brands want proven metrics. Fair. I don't even know if I want to use brands. Viral date play success, possibly, but not unlikely year 1. To hit 20K revenue in year 1, you need 3 client projects, stream tips, donations, YouTube ad revenue, miscellaneous 50 to 80 contract work, small projects. That's fair. That's achievable. That's honest. Yep. Why the model still works at lower revenue. Even at 20K year 1, 60-40 split, 88K to creators if you had partnerships, but you won't year 1. 20K to TriebChief Network LLC, probably all to you initially. Used for equipment, hosting, small contractor work. The key, you're building the infrastructure before the revenue comes. The revenue follows the audience, which follows the consistency. Year 1 isn't about making money. It's about proving you can broadcast 24/7, building an audience, creating content library, testing the model. Have something to show creators when you pitch them. Audience timeline with honest numbers. Perfect. Year 1, keep your day job. Build 24/7 infrastructure. Grow audience organically. Take 2 to 3 clients for cash flow. Finish date plate. Year 2, 40 to 80. Still have a day job probably. First content editor. Part-time contractor. And first creator partnership. Sponsorship from local business. Date plate that has users. Maybe premium features. Year 3. This is the 102. Maybe quit day job if at high end. 2, 3 partnership. Bop, 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 bop. Year 4 is when I'll probably really be able to do this full time, which feels way better. So I'm gonna tell you guys something because of like our living condition, like where we're living and stuff, and like how much we believe in this dream and like the cause. My wife laid out for me. She said, if you can just bring over $1,000 post tax a month, you can do this full time while we're living here. And like that seems like scary, but it also like that's what faith is, and we can't let fear stop us. And that's the only reason that would stop me is because of the fear. So I'm gonna go ahead and tell Clout that. Clout, you know, my wife shared with me, as long as I was bringing in over $1,000 a month after tax, she would be shout out to her, you know. See, you just have to have your goals aligned properly, and everything makes more sense. So we're not here for $1 million. We're here to make the world a better place. Client work, mix of everything. Creator network model. Sponsorship for the Vibe report. Stream revenue, client project every 3 months, total. Well, ain't that interesting, huh? What the hell? That's what I like to read. See, that's what I like to read right here. Because based on what your ability, you could realistically quit by the summer of 26. Yeah. Not 28, not 30 next summer. Woo-woo. Questions for you. Do you want to quit as soon as you hit $1,000 a month constantly, or build more of a buffer first? What's consistent for you? what expenses you want to make 1K a month work. Your wife is clearly willing to live lean while you build. Yep. How much client work can you realistically take while building the network? 1 project a month, 2 projects a month. You don't need $1 million. You need $1,200 a month. That's 1 client project or a combination of small revenue streams. So that's achievable in 3 to 6 months. If you execute, your wife just gave you a green light to be a full-time creator by spring/summer of 26. Let that sink in. Now let's finish this 24/7 music stream set up and start the clock. I have been live for 4 hours. I already have the music app finished. What I think is next is getting and website live for users. Do. All right, guys, I have to go to the bathroom again. We're gonna take another quick break, and then I will be back.
We've been living in sin so long, all the feels are gone. Fella stopped me on the street last night, said everything's alright. Roller coaster, make it through the day, alright. It seems your meal ticket is gone, but life goes on. I could never imagine something better. Yeah, right. Now you're cooking on high heat in the middle of the street. Roller coaster, take me to a better time. Let's go. All sing your high line with the roller coaster of life. Yeah. It's time to all choose your timeline on the roller coaster of life. You seem to easily forget how to place your bet. When everyday life gets you down, you gotta steal the crown. Got to own it. Don't bitch and moan about it, please. God forbid you scrape your knees, and it's nothing to sneeze at. Oh, I've told you over and over again. You gotta get both hands around it and make your own plans. Roller coaster, it's taking over. It's about time. Oh, all sing your high line on the roller coaster of life. You've got to
I'm back, guys. I am filing for my LLC because I don't have it yet. So we're going to go ahead and knock that out. Name of entity. Wait. The name must include... Okay. So I probably should have had this. This will probably make a lot of things easier in my life, especially if I'm trying to work from home or work for myself. What is a purpose clause may be provided but is not required. A limited liability company may carry on any lawful activity, whether or not for profit. Who is an agent? Well, come on, let me read it. You're cutting yourself off, stupid. I swear the government sucks, bro. What are you trying to show me, buddy? You must provide an Ohio address where an individual is present and authorized to perform treasury agent service, commercial mail, or receiving commercial mail. Alright, so I guess it's just me. That's what we're going to say. Appoint the following to be the fiduciary agent upon whom notice or demand required permanently by statute of served upon limited liability company may be served. Please load any text you wish to submit with your business filing by browsing and then clicking an attached file button. The information that is provided or attached to a document by the filer is stored in the public records of the submitted. Please do not upload a second version of the business filing form, correspondence sheet, or credit card authorization form as seen on filing forms intended to be submitted by mail. Do not include personal identifying information or PLI on any document. Includes but is not limited to a social security number, employment identification, bank account. I don't... Oh, hold on. Can I go back? Why would I need an attachment? Let me ask that. Ah! Attach a statement as provided in Division of Section of Ohio Revised Code to state that the LLC may have one or more series of assets subject to limitations. Also, if applicable, attach a statement setting forth any other matters that organizers or the members determine to include in the articles of organization. All right. This filing must be authorized by at least one person. Please type the name of the person in the text field below, then click Add button. If the person is a business entity instead of an individual, I see. Guys, I'm about to be a business owner. I'm going to be part of the ruling class. Wait, what? In the county will principal place of business be located in Madison. Oh, come on. City. I'm messing up. Fuck. Guys, I'm a business owner. Yay! Fuck. We did it. We made a business. I was supposed to print something out, but I guess not. Whoa, this is... Cool. Five to 15 business days. You'll approve via mail, email. Then you can get your ENN or RS. Takes 5 minutes to line open business bank account. Alright guys, well that's awesome. We have filed for our LLC, which is awesome right there. So we're gonna work on getting this website live. This website live. As you can see here, how we're probably gonna do this is we'll probably go to like a little React. We'll probably watch a little like Hassan Piker action while we do some of this back work, just as it's getting late a little bit here. I've read a lot, and we went through a lot of our Tribe Vibe documents about what we're trying to do here. So we will go ahead and move forward with the day, but we will go into a more traditional stream for me, for what we typically do. So let me go ahead and bring this over here. Go ahead and bring this over here. And we don't want to watch the Pod Johns. It's not the Pod Johns. We watch Asmongold again. This might be interesting. Breaking: Trump admin is in legal jeopardy after new scandal details. Ooh. If anyone has a preference out there, let me know. I will follow the chat's advice right now. If you see anything, let me know. Belfast Night Out, what is he doing? Let's go ahead. That was a 20-minute little Podjon video talking about the current doom of Donald Trump. So let's go ahead and jump into that. That was a bit loud, so we'll go ahead and bring that down a bit. And what I will be working on, let's see what Claude has going on for us. So let's go ahead and flip this a tad bit. So let's see what Claude has going on for us. Whoops, wrong one. Where are we at? That's a different thing. That's not the one I've been using. Whoop whoop. So next priority, get website live for users. This means user registration login system. This is the gateway to everything. Dateplate needs it. Forum can integrate with it. Single sign on. Future Vibe points need it. You own the user data, not relying on third parties. Woo 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 woo. Sorry. User account system build plan. What you're building, a user registration and login system on TribeVibeNetwork.com that allows people to create an account, email, username, password, login, access date plate, eventually track vibe points, save preferences, etc. Estimated time is 20 to 30 hours. Wow. Can be done in 1 to 2 weeks during your PTO. This week's about over, so it'll probably be about 3 to 4. Woo, right? So let's see what the tech stack decisions, we'll see what we need to talk about here. I probably will go, well, just looking at this real quick, I'll probably go up here. So let's go ahead and read the decisions we need to make before we let Claude make all the decisions here. Tech stack decision, you need to choose your backend. Here are options. Option 1, Python Flask. I have been learning this. You've already learned Python. Flask is lightweight and perfect for this. Lots of tutorials available. Good for MVP. Cons, you're still learning it. Might take longer to build. Firebase, Supabase, no code backend. Pros, user authentication built in, no server management needed. Fast to implement, but can be done in days. Free tier is generous. Cons, less control. Vendor locked in, monthly costs as you scale. WordPlus and custom plugin. Pros, user system already exists. Lots of plugins available, easy to manage. Cons, doesn't fit your current website design. Less flexible for customer apps like Dateplate. My recommendation is Python Flask. Why? You're already learning it. Full control over your data. Scales with your vision. Can hire developers later who know Flask. Perfect for Dateplate integration. You'll learn by building something real, not just tutorials. Step by step. And I do think I am going to go with that. Even before, I don't know if I said it, but I do want to keep learning Python, and I want everything to be integrated, and I want us to own it. So I don't want to go third party or any of those other systems that we had. So we will go ahead and do it through that Flask. So that's what we're going to keep doing here. Step-by-step build plan. Next 2 weeks. Week 1, user registration and login. Day 1 and 2, set up Flask backend. Install Flask and dependencies. Create basic Flask app structure. Set your database connection. Test that it runs locally. 3 to 4 days, we're going to build the registration. Create registration forms on HTML, CSS. Build registration endpoints in Flask. Hash passwords. Use BioCrypt or something else. Store users in database. Add email validation. Build login, create login form, build login endpoint, session management, remember me functionality, password reset flow. So yeah, it looks pretty good. So this probably will be part of our streams here for a little while. This will probably be it's probably something I'm working on here for the next couple weeks, which is fun. All right, I'm going to let him play in the background. So right now what I'm doing is getting me and Claude, make sure me and him are on the same page. And then where I'm going to start building into the website. I'm going to have him build me a like little outline like I was using for some other stuff. And then we'll go from there. So, yep. Let's see what's going on with old Trumpy boy. See what type of trouble old Trumpy boy is in. That's no morals. That's like against like the Geneva Convention. Like that's a double tap. The reason stuff like that's illegal is because like we're supposed to be staring human. Like the whole point, like we're not supposed to be like endlessly killing people. We're supposed to be like neutralizing threats and like preserving human life at the same time. Double taps are like highly illegal because like you hit them once and then like rescuers come in to like try to like emergency responders, and then you hit it again and catch those responders in like that shock. I'm not sure that's happened on this one, but I know that's like something devastating that Israel's done to Gaza many times, and it's a tactic that's been like outlawed in many different peace treaties and like world laws or like global laws across the world. That's what I was saying. I feel like I've told Clout 3 or 4 times that this isn't live yet. And he keeps saying it is, and now he's finally like, oh, wait, this is a huge thing. Agreed. Cool. A GitHub page, free 30 minutes. Upload your website files to GitHub. Enable GitHub pages. Point tribe, I have no market to it. Website is live. Option B, net free 30 minutes. Drag and drop your website folders. Connect your domain. Website is live. Option B, basic web posting, paid 1 to 2 hours. Hosting your site ground, etc. What needs to happen today? Get website online. Without this, your 24 hours per website can't visit. Make sure music stream staying running. Can your computer stay on while you're out of town? Is OBS set auto reconnect if it drops? Do you know how to restart it if it's needed? Post in a form about music stream. For this week, limited time today. Get website actually online tomorrow. Get out of town. Music streamer himself. Saturday back to work. Limited time. Next few weeks work started. Log in. Music. Who is GG? A person who can run a stream. Immediate action. Right now, he's repeating himself. That's wild. Oof. Every time I go to this website, I have to reset my password, like without fail. What? Okay. That's stupid. I've really been enjoying your stream so far. You seem very dedicated and your community feels great. Hey, I appreciate that. Yeah, what's up? I appreciate that, Femi. Sorry if I missed you. How long have I been streaming? Today I've been going for about 5 hours, 4 or 5 hours. I did my first stream. That's a good question. Here, let's look it up. Since you're here and asking good questions, let's engage. Let me go to my content schedule here. Started last month. Excuse me. Here we go. So my very first one was on November 10th. So we are about, what, 1, 2, 3, 1. That's 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4, 5, 6. We're like, I don't know, what was that, like 4 weeks and 3 days? Hey, appreciate it, appreciate it. Yep, we're out here doing our thing. Talking about data economics. Have you been able to peep our mission statement and whatnot? If you don't mind, could you please share me your Discord? Yeah, absolutely. I'll put that in the... I will add that to the chat for sure. But we're a tribe of purposeful individuals coming together on a common higher vibration, networking together to create better business practices so that the next generation can be better than we possibly imagine. How we're trying to do that is through the utilization of data economics. And what data economics is just the here. Let's go ahead. Here, hold on. Give me a second. Let me do one thing at a time here. Let me calm myself down. Let me go ahead and pin that. But like I said, Tribe Vibe Network, a tribe of purposeful individuals coming together on a common vibration, networking together to create better business practices, so that we can better business practice so the next generation can be better than we possibly imagine. We see the world for all of its failures towards the working class. We understand it's not sustainable, and we are willing to make a way towards a better economic system. We are okay with not being rich if it means more people have what they need. We are not concerned with eating the fruits of our labor. We are consumed with the seeds that we are planting. We do all this while just being ourselves, being human, trying to be a little better every day, and just living our best life. Whether we like sports or cooking or crafts, gaming, toys, politics, farming, whatever it may be, we want to know that our energy goes towards feeling a better future, not paving it. Feeling a better future and paving an alternative to extractive capitalism. We want the next generation to have better options than the ones that were given to us. And then data economics, which is the website and everything that we're creating here. Everyone is providing value to the economy through common everyday interactions. These interactions are captured as data points and then turned into business intelligence or artificial intelligence. Currently, the only beneficiaries of the value are the capital owners of the large businesses that capture this data. This brings society to a halt when it could be preparing us for the future. Economy is not about the generation of money, but the spending of energy. Data economics is a new way to track the energy that's being generated and used, and a new way to bring value to that energy. When data creates value, whether it be through advertisement or a 10-year study, those who provided this data should benefit from the value. It's not about winning the lottery. It's about constantly making dimes. The vibe check. This is when I say the common higher vibration, this is what we're talking about. Having good character, more concerned with getting better than being perfect. You are friendly and earnest and truly wanting the world to be a better place for the many, not the few. Morals over money, character over clout, effort over excuses, progress over perfection, community over competition. This is my weekly stream schedule. I'm streaming a little bit more this week just because I took some PTO to really give this a good little test run and get this off the ground a little bit. The Vision Tribe Live Network is building a digital studio with 2 main functions: in-house production, content partners with individuals and local businesses, giving good people the ability to have a digital brand and share their story. And then the software side, building building tools for data sovereignty, starting with websites for small businesses, growing towards a platform where individuals own and profit from their own data. Social democratic business, more concerned with the well-being of the labor force than shareholders. People before profit. We're going to get into building some games. We're working on a date plate. That's something that's on the horizon here soon. Right now, we're getting the website live. Then we're going to build ability to build an account on the website, and then we're going to get into building date plate, which will be just like a fun little game where when you want to take somebody out on a date and you want to cook for them, it'll be where you get a recipe with a couple date objectives, like make a TikTok together, ask a couple icebreaker questions if it's like a first date, and more nostalgic questions, and doing some more intimate goal sharing if it's like a marriage or a relationship that's been going on. And, join the community. Come on by. We're building the forums and stuff for us to all hang out and be able to get together and share ideas. So, a little about me if you're interested. I'm Richard, a soon-to-be father from Ohio who has been told my whole life that I have potential, and this is me actualizing that potential. I bounce around when it comes to work and career, but I've always kept it one singular philosophy. Everyone and anyone can teach you a life lesson if you let them. This whole journey, is a documentation of both a professional and personal transformation. You're watching me build in real time the business, the body, the mission, all of it. I want to build trust with my community. I want them to feel ownership over what I am building. And more importantly, I want both parties to trust each other. A little hope that there are people trying to build a better way. So yeah, join the tribe, baby. I can actually update that email. I need post-it notes. That's what I need. So yeah, thanks for coming on in, Femi, if I'm saying that right. Appreciate having you. What are we doing? Where's the... Oh. There we go. No. There we go. Hey-o. What up, bro? What's up? Nice to meet you. You here? Really cool on your live stream also. How's it going today? Doing great, man. else do we have here, huh? Oh, none of that sounds too interesting to be 100. I just sent you a request. Can you kindly accept my request? Absolutely. I believe I just did it. I could be wrong. I started November 10th. Booyah. Well, thanks for joining, Femi. Keep on the good fight. I'm pretty sure I'm talking to you over here on Discord, so I'm excited to see what you got going on. All right. Let's see what Candace Otis is doing. Apparently this is some crazy crap. Okay. All right, so let's figure out how to get this website going. Joel, what we got going on here? Yeah, that's cool, man. So what are you looking forward to achieve more, better on your channel? I look forward to casting 24/7. Hold on, I gotta move this. Long term, I'm excited for average people to make money off their data and the value they provide to the tribe. That's some years off. That's probably like 3 years away from building that infrastructure. free hosting. This is what we're doing right now. Click add new site, deploy manually. That's where we're at right now. Oh, something I need to add to that. Hold on. Come back out. Okay, cool. Cool. Free works great. You can always migrate. I have no idea what these guys are even talking about. What's going on? What are they talking about? Your project is always accessible. Oof. We're getting tired out here. We're starting not to think as much. Definitely starting to get more tired, guys. Oh, we got about an hour left to stream. We will survive. We will survive. God dang it. The fuck? I can't believe that actually happened. Fuck. What the frick? The fuck, dude? Chill out, Hassan. I'm not even 100% sure what they're talking about, if you guys want me to be honest with you right now. Facts. Donald Trump and them talk about her all the dang time. It's a huge fact. Exactly. Guys, I'm sorry for being so quiet. I get so dialed in. I'm not even sure what they're fighting about. The right be crazy, man. It's wild. Who knows what they be saying, man? His wife moved on already. Candace Owen in the pocket of Big Beef. The Big Beef. Cool. We got that checked, guys. What a great day. Dude, that's so crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's probably one of the first times I watched a Hassan video and I didn't learn anything. I don't understand what Candace and Charlie Kirk's fashion are fighting over. So, yeah, that's wild. What the fuck did Joe Rogan say? What? What? Too late. I have rushed to my judgment. I love seeing stuff like this on Twitter or Twitch. I don't know what they're doing. I don't know if it's something weird or not, but like the fact that we're just seeing people live their life, that gives proof, man. Like, you know, if people are okay with being live and being in public, then all this data should be collected and turned into value for AI, business intelligence. Let everyone here that's like coming together make some profit. Same thing with these guys. This whole house could be, I mean, there's cameras already set up, live streaming everything. Let it collect your data. Let it sell it. You can leave do it a bit anonymous when you package it in a group. Him. Is he just DJ, or is he taking on I wonder if he has like other people in the house, or if he's taking music from like artists that like want to submit. Bunch of data, health data. I don't know what else he's probably doing. Are they watching something? Jim pulled out the rest of us. Huh. So that's pretty interesting. Huh. Go, 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 go. One more hour. What? What? Who would respond like that? Who is this dork? Where are they? Who interviewed him? Why wasn't I listening to the beginning? Or, I was going to say a tree. What? Wild. Come on. Let's go. Seems to be good. Seems to be good. Dude, that's wild. Trying to act like Jesus is a computer, because I mean, like, let alone what he's trying to say, but that means that we created Jesus. That's not what Joe. Joe, just go retire, man. What the fuck are you saying? You're saying human beings created Jesus Christ? God damn, I can't even wrap my head around that. Pitchfork. I had an extra freaking dot, which is probably what's setting everything back. The problem with America is even when you come at like the religion and like start saying blasphemy about like Christianity, like Joe Rogan was just doing, it doesn't matter because more people respect the religion of capitalism than they do actual Christianity. As long as you're backing up the million and billionaire ruling class objective opinion, then they're not gonna stop you or do anything about it. Like they're just gonna keep going with it because it's easier for them. I'm so confused. We put a website up. It's up and running. There we go. There we go, baby. We have Tribe Vibe Network on the run. We're getting it together. No one cares. We're getting it going. We're getting it going. Start going to some lighter news for the today, guys. We're going to start relaxing a little bit. It is crazy that, like, if any other organization had Chris Paul on, like, if like Chris Paul was a Cavalier when he was like in Lob City and he did that with Cleveland, and he was here right now, we would be parading him out every night. We might even let him be a starter, or at least he'd get a standing O at every home game. But the Clippers just cut him, and like, what do the Clippers have to be like proud of right now? You could be doing a whole Lob City tribute in your new nice stadium because Chris Paul's here, but instead you cut him because what? His standards are too high. He's pushing too hard for this team to reach its potential. What are your gripes? Like, what is he doing that is like detrimental, other than like stepping on your ego? Because he's just out here trying to do his best and trying to give his team everything he got. There ain't nothing wrong with that. As long as you're trying to make things better, you should have a place on the team. We don't do sports betting around here. We don't promote gambling. What the fuck? Why does this happen every time I try to sign into this website? What's going on, viewers? How you doing today? Out here trying to get this website published, but it's fighting me every step of the way. Let's go. Let's go. Sweet. Guys, that feels great getting that up and running. We can now promote it. I'm running out of steam over here. I'm not going to lie. It's my first one going to 1 a.m. So I might be a little low energy, but if anyone was to start talking to me, listen, I would, you'd start feeling my fire. Ooh, let's watch that. Let's watch that podcast cringe thing. Oh, what is that? 3 caught serial killers? Hold on. That's more like fall asleep material. Would you guys like to listen to that? Or would you guys want to listen to whatever else I was about to grab? These guys are freaking retarded, I swear. Oof. All right. These guys just don't know who they are anymore. Because, this would make sense if you started on the internet. But you guys are all stand-up comedians. This is a bit. What are we doing? What happened? Oof. Sorry, guys, I'm not really talking, am I? I'm out here just trying to get all my social medias and stuff ready for this website since we can launch it full go now. So I'm just kind of adding some people. But yeah. Oof. All right, guys. I think I'm going to go ahead and call it. We got a lot of great things done today. A little recap. We watched a couple videos, but we went over all of our documents for Tribe Vibe Network. We kind of laid down out the plan, how we're moving forward in our mission. We set some goals about when I can quit working a day job and really jump in and get this stuff really moving. And, we're out here doing the thing. So thank you, everybody, for being here and joining us. I'm going to say a little goodnight prayer here to end everything off. That way we can end the day the way we started the day, properly aligned and able to move forward into the future. So if y'all can just bow your heads and just be with me for a second. Dear God, thank you for today. Thank you for allowing us to put our energy out into the world. Thank you for giving us consciousness and the morals and character to want to be better. I pray that I was able to be a blessing to all those I interacted with tonight. I pray that the work I did is going to help make the world a better place in your name. And I hope all the glory that I bring goes straight to you. Please take it from me, and please have it in good spirit. Please take away any insecurities, worries, doubts, any fear that might be in me, so that I can move more freely and at peace and do the things that you have called upon me. Thank you for all my responsibilities. Thank you for having faith in me. Thank you for loving me. Thank you for choosing me to be worthy. I just pray for continued strength and courage to face tomorrow's opportunities, trials, and tribulations. And I just thank you for such a wonderful family. Thank you for the tribe. Thank you for all my friends. Thank you for blessing the road in front of us as you bless the one that we leave behind. In your holy name and by your Son Jesus Christ we pray. Amen. Peace, guys.